Oh, here we go. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Can anybody hear me? You think I'd be used to this bit by now? Is anybody out there? Mr. Fred, hello. Buddy, hello. Hello, Zav. Hello, Julian. Hello, Luke. Hello, Jason. Hello, Simon. Yarp. Hello, Aerotype. Hello, Techem. Hello, Cecil. Hey, hello, Jared. Finally caught a live stream. Yes. Don't get your hopes up too much. Hello, Mario. Hello, Govind. Hello. Hello, Hendrix. Hello, X-Rabs. Hey, hello, X-Rabs. Yes. The famous X-Rabs of the last video's fame. How was it, by the way? Did that explain things? Hello, DJ Marcos. Hello, Matthew. Hello, Abraham. Just Rabs. Fair enough. Rabs it is. I made you famous. Brilliant. Anyone have any idea what we're doing today? Acid! Yes, Abraham. I've been playing around with, oh, what's the plugin? Somebody made a Max for Live acid sequencer. It's not new. Was it this one? Let's have a look. No. Although that was one I tried. That was okay. Oh, it's Sting. The appropriately visually appropriate Sting sequencer. Google has just notified me that Bthelick is live. Okay, yep. We're going do not disturb. Let's call it 3 hours. I'm not sure how long my voice will last. Still not 100%, you know. Going over why you don't need to layer, says Matthew. Okay. Got the date right today. Shh, Abraham, shush. I'm a professional. We don't make mistakes like that. What did I put? Was it November when it was December? I can't remember. Ah, hello Mario, thank you. Just watching one of my arrangement videos, were you? Jared's played with Sting. Yes, good. Ah, does West End use it? Okay. So this track was done with it. And a couple of... I've been playing around with... atonality and tonality. Wrong month. Yes, it was the wrong month. Right, okay. The amp amp device in Ableton works well with this. Yes. Well, that's because a lot of... If you saw my Josh Wink video, I explained that 303s, or certainly the most famous 303 lines on most records, you're not hearing the 303 raw, really. A lot of artists distorted them in some way, usually via guitar pedals or guitar amps, which is obviously what the amp device in Ableton is doing. When am I going to upload some material on psychoacoustics with mathematics? Well, we could. I mean... Those two things don't actually really go together in a strange way. Psychoacoustics is how we perceive sound. Mathematics is very much the measurement of it, and those two don't usually line up, which is why psychoacoustics is a word, because what we hear is very strange compared to what we measure. This is my track, yes, Matthew. I was playing around with this acid sequencer called Sting. I've been trying to work out how to start the course. Obviously, we have to start with, the building blocks of music. Key, scale, etc. But then I had to also, I kind of went down the rabbit hole of, well, what if we don't, do we actually need a key? Because a lot of acid is what I call atonal. In this track we have, let me load you the atonal version. This is the tonal version. I did both so I could explain things. It's not ready yet, but there's the atonal version. So the atonal riff is like this. So in other words, not paying attention to scale. I was trying to think of a way of explaining atonal versus tonal. Having a key and not having a key. And this is a good example of atonal because we have no other instruments here. It's just a really long kick drum on this is a reverb rumble. So not much tone to the kick drum. There's no actual bass insinuating that we're in any kind of key. We have no tonal center. And we have the acid basically playing random notes via that Sting sequencer there. That kind of thing. Just kept pressing that until it gave me a good one. So this is an example of atonal music. We have no tonal center, no key, no scale. I've still not decided if the chorus will actually stay there yet, but start there, but that was something I was playing around with anyway. You don't need a key if the back door is open, says Bart. Okay. You could take that in many ways, couldn't you? Maybe I'll steal it for the course. You don't need a key if the back door is open. It's true. It's a nice little metaphor for there are other ways of making music. Mashed potato brain acid. So are we saying atonal is better for those who like to chew their own lips? Is that what we're saying? With their jaw to one side? What is my opinion on how dance music will look in the next 10 years with AI? Great question. Let me turn this down. Oof. 10 years. Long time. You know what I'm not sure about right now is AI can do the music. It can probably do most of the sound. Will it ever understand? I mean, will we ever get it to groove? That's what I want to know. Possibly. Jaw swinging like the 60s. Yes, girls. Hello, Donnie. Can't remember if I already said hello to you. Nice string. Oh, strings. You can use anything. Yeah, don't be picky about high strings. I'm sure I just grabbed that from either Ableton's own or you just grab one from the BBC Free Orchestra if you've not got... I'm sure your software comes with a string. But seriously, just grab a violin or any string patch. Play a high note. Probably put it in mono or monofy it because a lot of orchestral music is a bit too wide for mono. So reduce the width, throw some reverb on, call it a day. There you go. There's your high string. I think if you want authentic 90s, you could find a string patch from, a Rompler sample set, like the ones that the VST store sells. Or Meat Beats. Meat Beats, what's it called? Micro keys, not micro piano, micro keys. Why is it not coming up? Micro keys, there we go. That's got some delightfully lo-fi 90s patches in there. There we go. Yeah, don't be precious over your strings. Not the high string, anyway. Obviously, if you want to do lush chord pads, etc. As for AI, sorry, yes. What I'm not a fan of right now is all of the arguments surrounding the concept of cheating. Right? People saying it's going to replace... what is music without, if it's made by AI? And I find that a lot of nonsense, because it doesn't matter how far back you go in history. We've always invented tools to make our lives easier for industrial use or creative use, anything. The people having those arguments are blissfully ignorant of the fact that they're usually typing those arguments on a computer or a phone. So my argument counter to that would always be something along the lines of, if you don't want to cheat using technology, then you should be messaging people via carrier pigeon and recording your real live piano to tape. Throw your laptop out. Certainly don't be using emails or anything modern like that, or YouTube. We had the same with the same arguments in the 80s when computers were first coming in. People were like, oh, you can't use computers to make music. And the same arguments when auto-tune came in. You can't use auto-tune to correct someone's performance. Blah, 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 blah. They're just tools. What it will look like in 10 years, I have no idea. I imagine in the short term, we'll have this whole scenario where there will be people proud of making AI music and labeling it as such. There will be people faking human music with AI music. There will be proudly human-only musicians making human-only music and selling it at a premium for that reason. It's going to be very interesting. I just hope it makes our lives easier, quicker. The whole reason I use Ableton is I'm not a DAW snob by any means. I found Ableton after using Cubase, after Pro Tools, and it was just the easiest one. I almost, it wasn't almost Ableton. There were two DAWs that arrived at the same time. There was Ableton and Traction. I really liked Traction as well. So I almost went that route because they were the first DAWs to use drag and drop like proper computer. They were the first DAWs to acknowledge that you used a mouse to make music. And they didn't try to be old school mixing desks like Cubase, Pro Tools, Logic, etc. Well, the Logic of old. Logic today's pretty good at, so yes, anything that speeds up workflow, I'm all for. My ears are very developed these days, so I don't need these new tools coming through from the likes of Focusrite and Sonable. But I've always shouted at people for using Compressor and EQ presets because prior to that software, there was I can only really think of one plugin called Character. There was very few EQ programs that actually listened to the input. It was all static, right? It was the human that had to make the adjustments, the judgments on what frequencies to adjust. And if the software cannot hear what's coming in, you can't trust it to make a preset or use someone else's preset if you don't have the same source sound. Same with the compressor. If the compressor cannot hear the input, it can't judge the threshold. Things like that, which completely defies the point of a compressor. But now with the Sonable and the Focusrite, the Fast series, these smart compressors, I'm not even sure if they would be classed as full AI in terms of any. I'm not sure if they use any neural networks or things like that. But they're certainly a lot better than used to be, and I would encourage new producers, new music makers to use those kind of tools if they really don't have a clue. I think the problem's going to be twofold, though. People are going to lean on them 100% to make music for them, and what I've heard so far, it's just not quite there yet. But obviously, it's going to get better and better over time. Yeah, I'm not sure Simplant 2 is AI either, Rabs, but that's the kind of thing. Simplant 2 is one of the only plugins I've bought in years. Not actually for the AI of it, really. I like the Vines mode because it's just happy accidentville. Very easy to get new sounds quickly without having to adjust 1,000 parameters. I like the fact that you don't know what it's doing under the hood. It's the same with that Random plugin. In fact, I think Random sounds very similar to Synplant. Anyone recommend some sample packs for tech house? Well, if you're on a service like LoopCloud or Splice, they should already all be on there, really. Like, I always gravitate towards Mark Knight for for the drums. I make all the instruments myself though, so I can't really comment on who's got good instrument sounds, to be honest. Jared reckons drum tools by Wave Machines and the Noizu pack. What's the best advice I have for new producers? That is a bit of a vague question, Hacks. Wow. I'd just say keep it very simple. Take everything you hear with a pinch of salt. Just something like Splice or Loop Cloud, one of those services, is an incredible jump forward, because if you can just get used to combining other people's samples as you develop your taste for what you like and what you don't like, before you get into the whole trying to make chords and learn scales and all that kind of stuff, the proper DJ way to do it is just in the same way of mixing two tracks together used to be the old, the way DJs used to work. Now you can mix stems together. Grab a bunch of samples in the same key, a bass, some drums, maybe a lead line or a vocal line, and then just try and balance them and make something you like. Bring stuff in and out to make an arrangement, and then done. On to the next one. I would literally start there, just playing with samples. We're going to need a change of backing track. Are we going to need a challenge for today? What are we doing? But back to Hacks. If you have a specific question, like something you're struggling with, like, what DAW to pick, or do you want to learn how to write your own melody lines, or you literally right at the beginning, you don't know how sound works and you don't know how music works? Let me know where you're at, Hacks. See what we can do for you. Anyway, I'm on the positive side of AI. Let's fade you out. Right. Jason asks, any thoughts on Andrew Huang's transition plugin? Yes, great. He beat me to it. For years and years, I was actually James Hype's current manager was managing one of the artists I ghost wrote for, and I was developing a plugin at the time I called Smudge. You'll now know it as one of my Ableton racks. I actually had that as a basic working VST. The Smudger. It's basically a high pass filter into a reverb and a couple of other adjustments for DJ use, so you could smudge in and out of tracks, make transitions easier. Mostly, like I say, for DJ use, not as comprehensive as he went, but it was that idea, and this manager suggested he had links with Native Instruments and said I should pitch it there. And I was like, at the time, Native Instruments, I think they had Machine, but they weren't really associated with DJs yet, with the whole Tractor thing. I was just like, that's not really a DJ brand. So I kind of declined the offer to pitch it to Native Instruments, but I was just going to release it myself in the end. But then it turns out coding your own reverbs is a nightmare. So I was trying to rely on free algorithms, and there was just no good sounding ones at all. So I kind of put that on the back burner, and then Ableton happened and racks and stuff like that. So kind of lost the need for it. But yeah, I think what Andrew Huang put out was kind of what I would have done. I think it looks great. It's with Baby Audio as well. It's a plugin manufacturer I've got a lot of respect for right now. I think, you know, I put a preset pack out for their reverb, didn't I? The dice rolling one. What was it called? Reverb Magic Dice, yeah, which was a cut down version of their full reverb. But yeah, I really like the Baby Audio stuff, so I'm sure I've not tried Transit yet, Jason, but I saw the demo. It looked great. It's not solving any problems I have, so I didn't pick it up, but Dylan, hello. Have I tried Ableton 12 yet? No, I haven't. I'm going to wait a little while. I always wait before jumping to the next one. I've got quite a few people who rely on me, and some of us are all synced up to the same sessions. Another reason I use a lot of freeware, actually, so people don't have to keep buying plugins to keep up with me. But I have like 100% compatibility or 99% compatibility with a lot of my clients and my manager and stuff. So if anyone needs a session or needs to make an adjustment on one of our things, I can just, we can just share the session and they can do their thing. So 12, I'm going to wait until A, it's released properly, and then B, all the bugs have been ironed out till it gets to like a 12.1 or something. Then I'll probably jump. But right now, apart from the search similar sounds function in the search, it doesn't actually have that many things I'm looking forward to. Some of the MIDI manipulation look cool. Being able to strum, what I call strum MIDI, when you stagger the notes, that's important for realistic piano and guitar programming. So doing that manually is quite a pain. So it's nice to see that they've added that as a function. Little things like that, but nothing major. I really thought Ableton 12 should have got stem separation like Fruity Loops, like FL Studio. I think they've dropped the ball there. Of all the doors, of all the audiences that deserve stem separation, surely it should be the dedicated DJ door, right? I mean, it makes sense for FL Studio to have it as well, but yeah, I think Ableton's dropped the ball not having that. So yeah, not too many exciting functions. I'm still praying for search tabs. I want search tabs. So you can be searching for one thing, like your kick drums, and then you decide, oh, I need to find an EQ for that kick drum, for example. You can open a new search tab, drop your EQ on, and then go back to the kick drum search you were looking for, just in case you need to swap the kick drum out. Things like that. I really want search tabs. Just basically like we use any web browser. Has anyone else got 10,000 tabs open at a time? Excuse me, something's just fallen off my desk. There we go. So yeah, gonna wait. Can I run the PlayStation 2 startup sound? What a lot of people don't understand about Simplant is it won't get polyphonic sounds. It's not that clever. You have to feed it a single note sample, and the problem with a lot of people, unless you've got good ear training, is they actually don't recognize the difference between a monophonic sample and a polyphonic sample. I've been discussing this with a few of you guys because, again, it's going to be part of the ear training on the course I develop. And it's actually a real puzzle about how do I teach someone how to recognize chords versus single notes. you know, it's fairly easy to do when you have a pure sound like a sine wave or a piano maybe, or natural sounds are usually a lot closer to a sine wave. But when it comes to synths that get really noisy and really complex, it's very hard to tell when it's playing a chord or when it's playing a single sound. And a lot of the negative press Synthplant got after the initial hype was people trying to make it work out sounds that weren't single sounds. They were trying to drag in a whole complex thing, which was a layer of things, and of course it didn't get them. So I've lost the flow of chat. Sorry, just catching up. We're all a little bit behind here. Jason, always wait 6 to 8 months before updating to new versions. Yes, it's probably going to be around that time for me. Mostly just so it's stable. Like, I don't even run Ableton 11.3. I'm still on 11.1 because 11.3 just feels slower to me. Whatever they added to implement the push 3, which I don't use, I've got a push 2. It's not even hooked up right now. My desk is too messy. Whatever they added to implement the push 3 seemed to slow the whole program down, like even if you didn't have one connected. So it just noticeably slower searching for sounds, adding plugins. I don't know if they cleared that up, but the first time I tried 11.3, I just went back to 11.1. So yeah, it's going to be a while before I update. I need things to be stable, because losing time to things like crashes, technical bugs, very expensive for me. Especially, you know, if you're freelance, you charge by the hour. I can't charge people extra because we're spending hours working out dealing with crashes or bugs. Doesn't look good. Things have just got to work, and they've got to work fast. When you're trying to translate people's passions and ideas into sound, speed is very important. So I need to make sure it's absolutely working tip top before I jump on. Seeing how I incorporate a cappella's YouTube rips into a track would be nice. Something I struggle with, getting vocal samples to fit nicely in the groove. Yes, vocals are hard. Could we demonstrate that? Mouse wheel support. Ableton already has mouse wheel support. What do you want to adjust with mouse wheel, Chris? I'm pretty sure it does already. Oh, I think you have to enable it in the .ini file. There's actually some hidden features you can enable which were turned off so that touchscreen worked, and you can re-enable them if you don't have a touchscreen. And I'm sure that one of those is mouse wheel support. I'll have to look into that. How can we do a vocal timing? It's easy when you know the vocal. The really hard thing, and still something I'm working on a video for, vocal timing in general. If you're dealing with a vocal you've never heard before, or you never heard in the context of a track, so you don't know where the downbeat is, where it's supposed to start, because obviously a vocal can start before the bar, can start after the bar, halfway through, or it can start directly on the one. And sometimes it will only work if it starts where it was, supposed to start in the first place, where the singer if the singer actually tracked it to a beat. Because vocals, especially as a waveform, they're not very transient. The beginnings of sounds, unless they are a T sound, don't have a transient. So it's very hard trying to line things up and figure out where beat one is in a vocal. Something you definitely get, obviously, intuition with over time. But even then, it's still hard. Like I work with an Indian producer, and well, I haven't done a lot recently, but I did a lot of work with an Indian producer who brought me a lot of Indian vocals, Punjabi vocals, and their phrasing is entirely different to your typical Western pop. And I had to ask him every time, like, where is this supposed to sit? Tell me where it starts, because the vocal on its own is not helping. So yeah, it's incredibly hard, vocals on their own. If you know the vocal already, obviously you can line that up. And then getting it to groove comes down to whether you recognize if it's swung or not. So you need the ear training on swing versus straight. That doesn't have to be vocals. It's easy to learn straight versus swung groove on drums. If you've seen any of my drum tutorials, we've done swing before. And then once you've recognized swing versus straight vocals, swing versus straight groove in general, you should be able to spot whether a vocal will sit on a given drum beat and whether it's where it should land in time. It's very hard to describe. I'm trying to think of a way I would demonstrate it. Have we got any? Because I'm always ripping vocals from. All right, here we go. Okay. What does that one look like? Figuring out what key vocals in, that's a separate, oh, these are from the garage tutorial, yeah. That might be the easiest one.
Wide awake, counting the stars.
Are we warped?
Just lying in the dark. Whoa.
Question is, so the other thing you need to consider is the vocal rhythmically important? Right? Because, for example, if you are remixing, you find yourself bringing vocals over that weren't from a dance track. And you suddenly discover that it doesn't line up well with a really strong beat, because it was probably, it might be from a piano ballad or something else, or different tempo, etc. Completely different groove. And then you find out that the vocal is very, I'm going to call it floaty. Like, this is a floaty vocal. You see how she starts with the she's got the vocal fry, the croak. So you've got a very vague onset there. And not a lot of diction, on the wide awake. She's kind of slurring the words. This isn't a criticism. This is just how this performance is, right? So this isn't a rhythmic vocal. It's not. Are you wide awake? It's not trying to land on any beats. This is flowing. This is soft, and you have to kind of recognize that as well, because sometimes you just have to let the vocal float. For the sake of the performance, for the emotion. And then only on perhaps maybe this bit. I got this feeling, I wanna be where you are. You hear the onset on the get? I get. Part of that is an artifact of slow attack compression, but a vocal coach would call this a glottal onset. Get. There's a hard G. So at this point, you might consider the rhythm important and have to line it up with the beat, like you would any other drum beat. Get your warp markers out and start moving transients to sixteenths. If it becomes, because of those sharp attacks, they might clash with hi-hats or snares or other things, and you don't want that flam sound where things double up when they're supposed to be landing together. That's when you might consider that the groove actually starts to matter. So I might leave the entire beginning of this alone, providing you've managed to match the tempo up right, obviously. And then we only consider the rhythm when she starts to sing, well, rhythmically, groovy, with attacks and transients, stuff like that. So it's a very complex subject. Like I say, I'm still working on what I would say in that video. It's a very hard one to teach. Even just where a video where a vocal starts is a tough one. Like, we know this vocal already, or if you don't, then but that "Are You Wide Awake?" It's the wide that's on beat 1. "Are you" is before the beat. That's the lead, what we call a lead in. So it's 3, 4 on the beat, right? So it's, if you didn't know this vocal, you might try and make a whole track starting with the "ah," and that might be your beat 1. And 2 hours later, you're just used to it. But the vocalist never intended it to be there. So you'll find certain accents just don't line up, and maybe the chorus suddenly doesn't line up, even if you spent 2 hours getting the verse to work. So just trying to find the correct starting points for vocals is interesting. And, you know, with the history of house music, sampling, etc., chopping up, it's not even a right or wrong thing. You could put something wherever you want, as long as it sounds good. Completely misuse it on purpose, as it were, and it still work. You could get things to work if they're not in the original place. But yeah, which makes giving answers to that kind of thing even harder. I hope some of that information helps you. I don't know. I did do a video on piano house rhythm. If you look at piano house rhythm, I do explain writing a piano line to a vocal. And in that, we determined whether the vocal was what we call square rhythm or whether it was syncopated. And that's important as well, because if a vocal is syncopated, which means in between the beats, you can get away with a lot less of your underlying rhythms, and it will fit on less tracks if you're trying to mash it up with other stuff. Whereas square vocals almost fit on anything, because they're just landing on the beats of the drums. Oh, Chris, you've already Googled it? Can't find a way to enable... Okay. Mouse wheel isn't doable. Right, okay. I might be thinking of other things. Or maybe it's just not the last time I looked at this was around... well, when did Steven Slate release the Raven? You know, the big touchscreen controller thing? When he first released that, Ableton was not very usable on a touchscreen at all. And they made a bunch of adjustments, and it went into this .ini file where you could enable and disable certain kind of secret functions. You could enable visual things on the screen as well that are hidden by default. It was all in that, but I might be misremembering the mouse wheel thing. It was in other words, it was a while ago. Rabs wants to know, do you use third-party software for time stretching vocals? I don't like the way Complex or Complex Pro colors the vocal. Complex Pro is fine, I think, if you don't try to you have to undo take the formants off, because any type of correction it does to the formant harmonics is going to add more phase shifting and basically just complications and processing, which again does that smeary phasey thing that you're probably hearing at the top end. So take the formants away. Obviously that then makes any pitch correction you do sound like Mickey Mouse or Darth Vader. So you have to kind of pick your battles on that one. I think Complex Pro is fine. If you want the best in the business, go to they're called Z-Plane, isn't it? They were the people that licensed the software out to most DAWs originally in the first place. Yes, Z-Plane. They also make the best key detection software called Tonic. But yeah, they're one of those companies that aren't well known, but they actually make a lot of the technology that the industry uses. So you could look at Z-Plane, but I don't actually have a problem with Complex Pro. I actually think it sounds better than Melodyne a lot of the time. Melodyne has this strange glass effect. Obviously, it's the only software that does what it does, so sometimes you just have to use it. But I've not used anything else for a long time, to be honest. Try Complex Pro with Complex Pro with the formants, formant correction turned off. Hello, Ethan. Hax asks, how would you go about making melodies, e.g. organ bass? Ah, okay. Well, this prompts an actual, I've got another video coming on this, because one thing we don't have is any standard terminology. And because the word beatmaker and producer got kind of homogenized by the whole beatmaker crowd, the hip-hop crowd, I now hear DJs refer to melodies as basically anything musical. Whereas if you come from the musician angle, which are, someone who plays an instrument, melodies are a very different thing to a bass line or a chord progression, or whereas the beatmaker crowd just seems to call a melody anything that's musical, anything that's not drums. So I suppose organ bass, as in the classic 90s 90s style, is quite melodic, but it still starts with understanding what a bass instrument has to do, right? So that's it. Elastic pitch, Chris. Yes, the Z-Plane. Sorry to interrupt myself. Chris, yeah, elastic pitch was the one Z-Plane. Who was asking? Rabs, wasn't it? Try elastic pitch, Rabs, on the stretching thing. Yeah, Donnie's got the idea. Root tonic. So, I presume, Hacks, you're super beginner based on your earlier question. So the term tonic's probably alien to you. The way you get those bassline melodies, we can start with, let's just grab any kick drum. Speaking of slow, that was slow, wasn't it? That'll do. Actually, let's just get a full drum loop in. Let's just get who's got some. Seems we were talking about Mark Knight earlier. Let's just grab Old Faithful. Drum loops, full loops. Let's grab something for. Give me something simple. Hey! I want something without the toms in. You'll see why in a minute. Let's grab. So, you need the organ 2 sample. Well, you don't need this, but this is the classic. Organ 2 sample from. Have I put this somewhere? Oh, I'm going to have to go searching, aren't I? That'll do, that'll do, that'll do. It's on B2, it's not ideal. But we'll make this work. I just need to grab the... So the organ 2 from the... organ 2 patch from the M1 is the classic noise. I'm pretty sure this is the same thing, or close enough. Let's make it release a little bit. We got a little tail on the end. Otherwise it cuts off too fast. That's 300. Sounds about right. Right, this is a B, so that is in the wrong pitch. I'm just going to transpose this up one, so that when we're playing a C, we are playing a C. Ignore all this hacks for now. Ignore this bit. I'm just going to give you the principle of the actual notes. Don't worry about the intricacies of getting a sample to work in the correct pitch for now. So the thing comes from let me. I'm going to explain on piano first. I don't know if you've seen my chords numbers video or any of the videos where I've explained chord numbers. So you have seven possible notes in a scale. A scale is the starting foundation to what all music is made in. Well, I say all music. All tonal music. There's 7 notes in that scale, usually. I'm just going to use this scale for now. All the white notes, all the first 7 letters of the English alphabet. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. This is called an A minor scale. So within that, we often build what are called chords, which are just multiple pitches at the same time. And they're built with the first one, the third one, the third one, and the fifth one. That's a chord. Sounds like this. Here's the note on its own. So this note at the bottom of the chord is called the root note. And if this note, in our case, because we're A minor, this is A. If this is the first note of your scale, we call this the tonic. You don't really have to remember any of this stuff, but what happens in a song is usually, well, I say usually, depends on the genre, but something like, all right, let's use Show Me Love, obviously. I can't actually remember what key Show Me Love is in, but it doesn't matter. I remember the chord progression. So Show Me Love has a chord progression of note 1, chord 1, then the fifth one, which is an E, then it goes to 6, 7. To stay in key, we have to move everything to the white notes. This is the chord progression for Show me love, believe it or not. And the reason I'm showing you that is you have to know roughly what the chord progression is if you're going to program a bass line, because if I show you the bass line, again, I don't know if this is the right key. This is from memory, it probably won't be exact. I think it's that-ish. Doesn't matter. Actually, I've programmed the wrong chord progression here. It's a 1 5 6 5 is the chord progression, and you see the notes of the scale. Sorry, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. This is why I'm saying 1 5 6 5. See, that's an A, an E, an F, and an E. The bass line is mostly on, I can't remember who said it, sorry, Donnie was it, about the tonic. This is the root note of the chord. So this informs your bass line. A, E, F, E, you see? Just mute the piano for now. So the chords don't need to be there, but you need to understand what the progression is in order to make your... well, you don't have to understand it, but you have to understand kind of the building blocks of songs. It helps you write lines like this. I think it's something like that. We'll get there in the end. Like I say, I'm from memory. Something like that. So you end up... I'm not saying this is easy, by the way. Classic lines like this come along once a century. Once a decade. I don't know. Once a year, maybe. But you can see what it's made up of. So it's note 1 of the chord. This is notes 1 and 3 of that chord. Because remember, the chord is this. It was this. Now, the bass is too low to play chords. You see that sounds very mucky. We don't put actual chords on basses. The bass plays the root note of the chord, the single note. That kind of holds down the bottom end. And then the rest is just a rhythmic decision. So you then need to know about groove. So I've done, see I think it was part 8 was my first introduction to rhythm. Project is a bit loud. Sorry, man. Okay, yep. Thank you for letting me know. You know me, I'm used to working at 0. Hello, Late Noise. What are we making today? It's a great question. I'm still not... so far, I'm just taking questions. Has everyone got questions to ask? Or do they want to see a thing get made? If so, chime in now, should I say. Nintendo Wii Rules asks... Nintendo Wii. How can I get notes that are not on the scale, i.e. between the notes? You've got 2 questions there. Are you actually asking in between these? Like in between A and A sharp, for example? You want to get in between there? Or are you talking like in between A and B in the A minor scale? Like, how would you use A sharp in an A minor scale? Is that what you're asking? Or are you actually asking about in between the 12 notes on the keyboard, what we call microtonality? No, it's not just house questions. Did so? The whole theme of the channel, well, the intention of me making the channel was to break down the relevant bits of music knowledge for electronic music producers, because for some reason, things like chords, scales, rhythm, groove tends to be discussed academically in classical and jazz circles, but not in dance music for some reason. So I'm kind of on both sides. I'm the muso that gets hired by DJs to sort this kind of stuff out. So that's kind of my day job. If you've got any questions regarding the musical approach to dance music or any electronic music, really, I did plan on, there's a long-term plan on branching out into hip-hop, but we've just not really had the scope of the channel yet to get to those kind of, I'm not really finished saying what I want to say about dance music. I do, in terms of what I'm hired to do at the moment, it's mostly house. So in terms of what's out there in the clubs, I've got the best rough idea of what's working at the moment in house, but I have made drum and bass, I've made techno, I've made, you name it, trance, I've made hip hop, I've made Bangra. I grew up with metal, rock, Tool, still my favorite band. So ask away, anything. Is the pentatonic scale useful for EDM? Absolutely. Rudy. Yes, good question. So the pentatonic scale, so-called, pent means 5. It's 5 notes of the scale. For example, A minor pentatonic skips note 2. Let's just delete these so I can do this clear. Pentatonic is these 5 notes. It's A minor pentatonic skips out notes 2 and 6. So you end up with 1, 3, 5, 7. And I don't know if any of you saw my video on when I made the plugin that could make melodies for you. What I had to do in that plugin was kind of dial in a probability that it would hit certain notes, because certain notes, especially for melodies, are more common and more useful than others. Obviously, note 1's important. You know, note 1 is home. We have to land on note 1 a lot. So obviously the probability of the melody maker, I called it the melody maker. The probability of the melody maker landing on 1 was high. The next most common would be 5, because these have a harmonic relationship. Then probably 3, then 7. Sorry, this is 5. Sorry, these are 5. That's 1 and 5. So it's like 1, 5, 3, 7 were probably the most likely. Then I went to 4, and then 6, and then 2, I think it was the order of priority. So 6 and 2 are the least likely and least useful notes of a melody. And anyone who's ever learned guitar will know the virtues of the pentatonic scale. Not only is it easy to press on the fretboard, but it's kind of a universal scale which works over a lot of things, because you don't have those notes 6 and 2 in there. There's less likely to clash with a lot of the chords in the scale. So yeah, the pentatonic scale is very useful for bass lines, melodies. You kind of keep there's nothing wrong with narrowing your options to enable your creativity, right? So excuse me, keep hitting my cup of tea on the microphone, if that's what you're wondering what that noise is. This is my pop shield. Suspended chords in the break to build tension, yay or nay? Depends on the track, depends on the vocal, depends on the melody, but in general, yes. If that you think, Michael, it's Michael, Michael. I'll call you Michael. You're thinking in the right direction, in the sense of you're thinking about the emotion, because you've asked, is it good to build tension? So yes, if you're going to pick a chord to build tension, it would be a suspended. Or something off the 1, or the 1 suspended, 2nd suspended, 4th. You could use a suspended chord, yes. If anyone wants to know what a suspended chord is, by the way, while you're here, let me just move this up an octave. If this is your chord, chords are normally made of 1, 3, and 5. It's actually this middle note that determines whether the chord is major or minor. This is a minor chord. Oops. This is a major. Just by moving this up one, this is now a major chord. 1 and 5 always stay the same. This is now major. Oops. So minor or major. When you get rid of the middle or move it somewhere else, it's neither major nor minor. And if you move this middle chord, this middle note to either note 2 or note 4, these are called suspended chords. So this will be a suspended fourth because we're now suspending our middle bit on note 4. You suspend it on note 2, it's a suspended second chord. And they inherently sound very unresolved because they always want to return upwards. They want to return back to either that major or that minor, back to the normal chord. This sounds quite unfinished. Wants to go back there. As you can recognize, millions of dance riffs have been written with suspended. Yeah. You name it. Insomnia. I used, I called it the chord 1 trick video. The chord 1 trick. Or the 1 chord trick. I can't remember. It was the 1 chord trick. It's used in chicane tracks. It's used in Prodigy and Faithless, in all kinds of classic dance riffs. Felix. So Phil wants Piano House. Matthew wants Odd Mob. X-Rabs, what's that question? Sorry, Rabs. Would love to see process of taking a 909 kick into a saturated tech house kick. I suppose you could. I don't really go about it that way. It's kind of dangerous because as soon as you start distorting kicks, you're kind of relying on how decent the waveform is in the first place. Otherwise it gets very messy. And distortion on your sub notes can get extremely dangerous. You start changing the lengths of things and trying to distort the whole kick at once. Like I might distort a 909, like a high passed 909, or distort it then high pass it, depending on the character I was going for, to layer on top of a sub kick. But usually I've got so many kicks in the sample pool, like we all have. I just usually pick a kick closest to the reference. I don't really think about it in terms of that, to be honest. Nintendo Wii rules. Back to your question about, yes, you were talking about microtonality. How to get in between A and A sharp. Yeah. I would usually just use pitch bend. Or you could move to the Middle East, where they use 14 notes or 30 notes, or there's different scales in different countries. So, I mean, as in different, not scales, as in different actual, they don't use a 12-note system like we do. So they have in-betweeny notes, which obviously sound very strange to us, but you would just use pitch bend. It happens all the time. Guitar, again, go back to guitar players. Guitar players know this. when you're playing anything remotely bluesy, or if you've ever listened to Adele sings the blues mostly. There's a lot of bending between notes, which obviously you can't do in a keyboard. And there's a great, especially if you're trying to do it, emote anything sad, there's a really heart-wrenching kind of tone somewhere between a minor third and a major third. Not quite minor, not quite major. If you bend around in that area, if you bend the notes, it can sound very, very emotive. That's the kind of thing I'm sure you're probably kind of reaching for. Yeah, I would just use pitch bend. Set your pitch bend range to 1, and then you can just program anywhere in between it. Because you'll have 127 note options in between the semitone then. That's how I've always done it anyway. Pitch bend. I was watching music theory videos over last week. Sorry, Donny. Just reading Donny's comments. Just heard something that made understanding what the progression of adding sharps and flats as you go around the circle of fifths is. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, well, you'll notice, actually, if you look at all my videos, I very, very rarely mention flats. I don't tend to go there. This is a conscious decision. I'm always talking in sharps, which musicians hate, by the way. Yeah. If you're in the scale of D sharp minor, you're not supposed to E flat minor, you're not supposed to refer to it as D sharp. But that's called enharmonics, because G sharp is the same as A flat. And for me, it's just completely unnecessary when it comes to electronic music. You don't tend to have to, there's a reason it exists, but we just never end up going there. Like, only when you get super jazzy and start swapping scales, and you don't really need to get into enharmonics at all. So I just stick with sharps. As long as you know what it means, where it is on the 12 notes, the sharp or flat bit doesn't matter, in my opinion. Because the further round you go on that whole train, you end up with things like C double flat, which means A sharp. 2 down from C. Because at some point in the scale, they can no longer draw a C natural. So it has to be a C double flat. And it just gets ridiculous. And, if you want to know why G sharp is not A flat, then Adam Neely did a great video on it. But, like I say, that's into jazz classical territory. It's not actually, I don't like enharmonics discussions at all. I don't think they're necessary for electronic music. It's just unnecessary complication. Learn your 12 notes. Well, you don't even have to learn your 12 notes. They're right there on the screen for you, but yeah. I was a Cubase user, and in fact, if you look down here, I currently have Cubase installed. Cubase 5 of all things. I'm in the middle of archiving an old project of mine. Actually, this will be fun before we get going. Let me show you, what did it come under? Here we go. Yes. So the girl that sang on my Wicked Game cover, we did a kind of a Nine Inch Nails-y poppy industrial thing many years ago, Yeah, that's...
I'm taking you to my world.
Anyway, we decided we would, now I've spent 10 years in dance music, because this is over 10 years old. We decided it'd be fun to earth that back up and try and make a new mix of that. So I've got Cubase 5 installed, because that's what I used to make that stuff back then. I went all the way up to Cubase, I think it was 8, or Cubase 8 came out and I didn't upgrade, Cubase 8 or 9, and then I think I swapped to Ableton around, what would that been, about 2011, 2012, can't remember. I was already using Ableton for years before that, but I was actually trained in all the DAWs, because I used to sell them at a shop. I was the high-tech guru at a music shop, so we had to be trained in Apple Logic. We had to go away, do training on Cubase, Nuendo, Pro Tools, or else you weren't allowed to sell them, basically. We had Digital Performer at the time. We had Sonar before it was bought by Roland. And then, what was the other one? Ooh, I can't remember the other ones. Obviously, yeah, Ableton came through later, along with Traction. Reason. Obviously, Reason. We had Reason as well. So I was trained in all those, and we used to sell all those and have to demonstrate them. So depends what you mean by better. Like if I was tracking vocals for a living, like hundreds and hundreds of tracks of vocals with harmonies, and that's probably easier in Cubase than Ableton. But for loop-based music, with the automatic time stretching and things like that, just the general workflow of Ableton, I find a lot faster. Any DAW is perfectly capable now. Doesn't matter what you use. Studio One, FL. Well, that's what I'm thinking of. FL, Fruity Loops. Yeah, that was the other DAW I'm thinking of. How could I forget? So it doesn't matter what you use. If the grass is always greener, some DAW has already got some other function that you probably want, but the time taken to learn a DAW is a long time. It's like learning an instrument. It's like trying to learn guitar, because you were jealous as a saxophone player. Is it better? I don't know. Is a guitar better than a saxophone? Is a Moog Matriarch better than Vital? Actually, that doesn't apply, because you can do the same things in both. They're both synths, but you know what I mean. The grass is always greener. Don't get DAW jealousy, and certainly don't entertain those. Don't entertain those, DAW zealots that try and defend their DAW. I don't defend Ableton when someone's got a perfectly good argument against it, because FL's got some great features that Ableton doesn't. If you're an engineer, you could argue you should be in Reaper. If you want to do mixing, especially creative mixing, Reaper's the most versatile DAW in terms of routing of audio and stuff like that. Open source plugins, etc. I only use Ableton for its workflow. It's very fast. It doesn't matter what you use. They're all the same under the hood. Just like if it's got a specific feature that you can take advantage of that will help you make music faster, and more importantly, help you finish making music, then go for it. But yeah, I proved in the 90s that when you record into a DAW, the fundamentals of the way they handle audio is all the same. Well, Pro Tools was behind the curve back then, but now it's ever since everything went 32-bit floating point audio engines, everything's practically identical. It's just basically about what plugins and workflow. That's the only difference. So don't get DAW envy. You get the idea. Anyway, yeah. All DAWs great. In my opinion. Use whatever you know best and work within best. There's a second discussion regarding support. Like, I think Ableton has a good 10 times the number of users as Cubase now. And I think Fruity Loops has about 30 times the number of worldwide users as, it's like 30 million versus 1 million planet-wide. So in terms of your trying to learn it, you're going to find a lot more support and tutorials on the DAWs that are more popular. That's just nature. So there's that consideration, but that doesn't mean the DAW is better. It just means it kind of won the battle for attention for whatever reason. Ableton's designed around DJs mostly. See, it's the only DAW with a crossfader, just right there. So, that's. Sorry, I did see someone ask earlier, do I use the DJ features of Ableton? I don't perform live anymore personally, but if I did, I would. I still play around with it every now and then. And when I'm teaching DJs, we use it because that's the best way to understand. Ableton is it's not called Ableton. Everyone calls it Ableton, but it's not. Ableton is the manufacturer. That would be like calling Cubase Steinberg. Do you prefer Steinberg to Ableton? To Image Line? It's not. Ableton is actually called Live. The DAW's name is Live because it's designed, everything inside it is designed to be doable live. If you drag a plugin onto a track, nothing stops. You don't get a gap in audio. Well, you shouldn't do. Everything, you should be able to do everything on the fly live, because if you're performing live, you shouldn't have any gaps or interruptions or stops, right? So it's a performance DAW is its original aim. I only joined it in version 4 when it got VST support. But before that was its sole aim was just DJ performance. So live is all for live stuff, and it's very good at live stuff. So that's kind of its key advantage at the core level, but that informs its workflow. Everything's drag and drop. Everything's very quick. But it compared to some DAWs, it's fairly limited, which is a good thing and a bad thing, because it railroads you down certain decisions, because it gives you powerful options in a narrow area. But in others, not so, not so much. You might want full, but the MIDI editor's fine. I'm pretty sure Cubase's is more comprehensive. And if you need to print out scores from MIDI, Cubase is probably your best option still. Actual musical scores, things like that. So I don't know. Better is not a good word. I will answer your vague question with a vague answer like that. How's that for a non-answer? Yes, Souch, we were discussing Ableton 12 earlier. I won't be moving until it's out properly and probably at the 0.1 stage, 12.1. I can't risk bugs and crashes and things and any problems because of the amount of people that rely on me professionally, so I tend to wait. Oh yeah, Bitwig. I nearly moved to Bitwig. I sent them a email on the. I submitted a support ticket suggesting that because Ableton at the time was getting very messy. I think it was Ableton 7 or 8 when they defected to make Bitwig. If you don't know, Bitwig is made out of a bunch of ex-Ableton developers. So when they defected, I saw the vision because I was all for Ableton being simplified again. I kind of missed the days of Ableton 4 when it didn't try to be like other DAWs. Anyway, so I was all up for Bitwig, but they were missing a few key features like groove match, and it was early days. I said I just had so much work and sessions and tracks already that I needed access to in Ableton. I said, if you can make a session converter from Ableton to Bitwig, even if it's just basic like audio and MIDI placement, obviously the effects wouldn't come over because they would be different. But if you could just make it so that I could import a session from Ableton to Bitwig in its basic form, it's, keep its arrangement, maybe volume levels of tracks, something basic like that, I would jump. And I reckon most people would have jumped at that particular time because everyone was complaining about Ableton. It wasn't just me. And they said it wasn't happening, so I left it alone. If you're one of the few people on Linux as opposed to Windows or Mac, though, Bitwig's probably your best option. I'm pretty sure. Again, Reaper is the engineer's choice. Very flexible, very efficient, very fair business model like Fruity Loops as well. I don't think anyone's got a fairer business model than Fruity Loops, though. Hello, Danny. Sorry, I'm really behind on this chat. Oh, they put a crossfader in on Bitwig, did they, eventually? Okay, good to know. That wasn't there at the beginning. Yeah, I tried it briefly, but it was in the early days. Whenever Ableton 8 was out, so whenever it was first starting in its beta. Max for Live, yeah, that's a big plus for Ableton now. Hello, Boop. Boop. Yeah, we're just kind of caught in a question and answer session, right? So. I'm going to kind of combine two people's requests. I think we should make Odd Mob with a piano house breakdown. What was your question, Phil, regarding the piano? And who asked for Odd Mob? What did you want to see? Because I've always wanted to use the reason I love Odd Mob, especially that track, that left to right he did. Whenever anyone asks me, especially a new producer asks me about how to arrange tracks, the lesson is all there. It's in Odd Mob left to right. It's so simple, but it's so perfect DJ. I tried to explain it in my How to Drop video, but I don't think I did a very good job. We could do transitions. Nintendo Wii rules. Do I have to say that all every time? I can't really shorten that, can I? Hello, Thomas. Bagwan, hello. Sorry, you're confirming Nintendo Wii rules. Is which question are we saying you'd like to hear more of that too? Transitions, is it? The transitions? We could make an Odd Mob track and then look at transitions. Wii rules. I can't say that. That's what I mean. I can't say. There's no good way to kind of chop that up. Not send. Not changed your username in 20 years. No, I don't think mine changed. Not the main one I use online, anyway. in like games and stuff and Google. Well, transitions and chord transitions. Now, you see, I put those two things in because of my musical brain. Those are two separate things. So just quickly background, what do you mean by a chord transition? Do you mean the section where it transitions from the drop, which doesn't have chords, into something which does have chords? Yes, and we got Bagwan and Slim Jim mentioning the B section. So the B section you're calling the break, right? That's your term for the break? The breakdown? Let's have a look at Odd Mob Saving Up. I've not heard this. Oh, the Dom Dollar remix. Right, okay. I don't think I've heard this. Oh, I have heard it. I have heard it. Yeah. Okay. What I would call an off donk. Let me go back to the comments. Sorry. I don't have enough screens yet to stream with properly. I'm not a proper streamer, so whenever I go to listen to a track on YouTube, I have to leave the comments behind. Not so much breakdowns, more how to change chords in your B section. Like moving from a 6/5/1 pattern to a different section for musical variation. Okay. How come I don't get shut down for copyright? Oh, I do all the time. Don't get me started on the music industry's attitude to fair use. Yeah, in terms of changing musical direction, like changing up a chord pattern, that usually is determined by, it's a couple of things. I don't usually do it that often, to be honest, anymore. Sometimes a vocal melody, or if you're trying to, especially on a remix, if you're sticking to a melody that exists, not one that you're making, you might be forced in certain directions. So you can't run the same chords all the way through. And then there are times where you just want to build tension, like we were talking about earlier. You might change the chords there. The B section, I suppose you may be talking about like a post drop, post chorus kind of thing, because that doesn't necessarily have to change. I don't know why it would. What you have to be careful of is, I know people who think in these terms, like, how do you change it? One of the reasons, I don't know, I'm making a presumption here, but one of the reasons you might be asking about changing the chords in the B section is because you get bored of your own ideas, or you think it's boring to carry the same chords throughout a track. But that's not really how an audience perceives a track. So be careful of, like, the reason I'm confused is it just doesn't happen very often in, I'm trying to think in a lot of the dance music I experience. It's not common for the chords to change up in the B section. It's normally the hook and the production that swap. Does that make sense? Like, you change, there's lots of ways to change the emotion, but it's very dangerous to change the harmonic structure because that can confuse an audience. Like, a good example I use is, but a good example I recently came across was, you know, remember Daniel Bedingfield, We've Got to Get Through This? No one remembers the pre-drop because it goes to this weird place, like a pop track. It sounds like it was arranged by a more old school pop arranger. And it goes to this really weird pre-chorus, which completely takes you out of the mood. Before it drops again with the main doom, 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 doom. Because they couldn't think of a way of infinitely making that main hook interesting. So they went to a different chord, and it kind of, for me, it comes completely out of the mood of the track. It got away with it, obviously, because the main track was so solid. It was, obviously, it's a classic, but, well, it's a classic hook, both vocally and that bass line. But, so they got away with the weird pre-chorus thing, pre-drop. But, yeah, you have to be careful about what you do with chord changes in particular. Chords are emotions, right? So you've got to be very careful about where you're trying to move people to, because sometimes people just turn off. Like, I don't get the track anymore. Too many changes. You change something fundamental like the chord structure. You know, it's very hard. So I'm just trying to explain why it doesn't happen that often, especially in dance music. In dance, you'd normally change the hook, or, you know, swap the hook around, or freeze the chords, or I'm not sure how to explain it, but yeah. For example, I mean, we're going to get copyright striked for Odd Mob, obviously, but this is how all the live streams go. I've not made a single penny off a live stream yet. So don't worry about it. So obviously we hold the one here. Let me just find out what key we're in. So we're on a B. This is B. Get my trusty piano out. So Odd Mob's in B. And then this chord progression is 1. Right, there's 6, 5, 1, 4. And I'll bet you this thing, so whenever it moves to chords, we go 6, 5, 1, 4. I bet we don't have any other variations on that. So we're holding 1. We have the riser for tension. Still on 1. Can we move to 6? Oh, we're introducing the new hook. Oh no, we just drop on the 1, right? We're just going to drop on the 1. This is all just note 1. Yeah, so we drop on 1. The vocal is on D, is on the minor third. Everything else is playing 1s. And then when we change chords, let's fast forward. I presume it's the second half of the verse again. Here we go. Yep, 6, 5, 1, 4. Oh, and then we stay here. So, in that track, I guarantee you there's no other departures from the 1 other than that 6, 5, 1, 4. Now you could say that that's the B section of the verse, because you've held on the one for so long while the vocal does its thing, and then you want to move them somewhere as if it's progressing. So we jump to 6, classic combination, moving to 6, and you can do what you like from there. Anything starting on chord 6 or chord 4 probably is a good move. If you saw my garage chord video thing, you know I like 6 and 4 as I call them home from home. Always a good place to move to if you're going to insinuate that there's a journey back home. We get a 6-5-1 with a 4 transition, and then it holds the 1. But for example, if that verse if it started on 6-5-1-4, I wouldn't be tempted to move to a different chord progression in the second half, like in the B section of that verse, for example. Unless the vocal did something super specific melodically, like it started using a lot of note 2s, your only option was to like hold chord 5 or something, like something that fit with that note 2, chord 7. Like I say, unless the vocal's really painting a direction that you can't avoid, or the melody, then that is the only time I would change chord progression in the B section like that. Now, changing between no chord progression, like the Odd Mob track there, that's just holding the 1, so we got no chord progression there at all. That's typical for tech house, right? We drop on the 1, and then the verses are mostly on the 1. Some tracks just stay in the 1 forever, you know. Obviously, there's not a lot of instruments in the track, so part of it's a production decision, not a musical decision, that the harmony should change, right? Because if you've got a bass on 1 that's just going off donk, what I call the off donk, so it's bump, 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 you know, just on the opposite of every kick, right? If that's your bass line, so you've not really got a bass hook. That's what I would call a functional bass line. It's not a bass hook, right? And then your only other hook is this kind of FM synthy sounding donk that's going dun dun on the 1, and then you have this occasional vocal pickup going. You know, we don't have a lot to play with in terms of elements of interest. So if you want to keep a track simple, and from a production decision, you might say, all right, one way we change it up, as opposed to like adding a bunch of reverb to the vocal or something. Maybe we just move to another chord for now. Implied chord progression in this case, isn't it? Because it's just the bass that's moving. So this is what we call an implied chord progression, the 5-6-1-4. So that's a production decision for the B section. Like, we need it to move. I've run out of production tricks for all the elements. I can't introduce the FM hook too early because that's going to be a pickup for the drop. What else do you do with a vocal and a bass? All right, let's move the bass. You know, it's that kind of decision more than a musical decision that I have to change chords to keep interest, right? Like I say, it can be too confusing if you go down that rabbit hole. When you start getting obsessed with chords, like, I'm a complete chord merchant. You know, if I had my way, we'd be augmented, we'd be jazzy, we'd be major ninths. You know. Okay, you know, I'd be adding extensions to everything, and suddenly it would sound like a completely different track. You know, I would have changed the mood of the track. A producer would have to step in and say, no, mate, no. Take your jazz out of this room and go and work for someone else. So, like, when you get obsessed with chords and, like, all the variations and how extensions work, and it can become a bit of a selfish rabbit hole where you stop looking outwards about the emotion. And it takes a long time to kind of, you know, a lot of time working with real producers, where you find out that things like, major 7th chords. Turns out major 7th chords, a lot of DJs, a lot of producers here is very, shall we say, they're good for summer tracks, summary tracks. You know, major 7th chords on 1 and 4 in the key, like a major key. right? That kind of thing. Very summary. And and then you find out, oh, okay, major chords, major seventh chords. I'll pull that tool out of my toolbox next time someone wants summer chords. I'll try that first. If a producer says, give me summer chords, you know. So it's less more about the emotion than the technicalities of the notes and that kind of thing, you know. So yeah, just trying to steer you off that whole chord obsession route that I went down. By all means, know your chords, love your chords, understand, you know, what tools you have to work with. By all means, play with them, figure out what they are, and you know but then figure out what the context is, where they're actually useful. Don't go don't go down the rabbit hole of just making things complex or extra. I call it fruity chord progressions. Don't make things fruity when they don't need to be fruity, right? There's a time and a place. Same, all music goes for this. It doesn't matter if it's production, compression, EQ, chords, bass lines, rhythms. There's a time and a place. You gotta work out what the message is, you know. When everything sits just nice. Like musically, this Odd Mob track is basic as hell, right? You know, off donk is the most basic bass rhythm you could have. Our so-called drop hook is just a FM donk on the one. I suppose that the vocal is what's carrying it. By the way, that for the person who was asking, are pentatonic scales useful? You'll find a lot of house vocals are in a pentatonic scale. This one is. So yes, pentatonic scale is very useful. Like I said, good for melodies. While we're talking about transitions, the person who asked about transitions, we might as well look at this one. We have a snare, we have a riser, we have no bass, as in bass frequencies. The bass part's still in there, but it's gone very thin. It's probably being faded out slightly. We're introducing the hook that's coming for the drop, again without the bottom end of it. We're still running the drums, really thin. So the transition there is basically to thin out everything, introduce the hooks that are coming to build anticipation. There's lots of ways of doing that. This kind of sums up. Odd Mob is a great house producer in the sense. It's just all the classic tricks. Think about what a traditional DJ would have in front of them on a desk. You've got filters, you've got EQ, you've got reverb, maybe a flanger, or one of the delay-based effects, phaser, flanger, chorus. You've got delay, obviously, itself, distinct echoes, and then that's about it. It's like, what can you do with those tools? There's nothing wrong with starting with the basics in terms of learning your transitions. We just take out the bottom end, wash it to a reverb to create lots of noise and tension, and then just put the bottom end back in and make everything dry and introduce the hooks that you were teasing in the build. That's the science of transitions in a nutshell, really. I covered it in the How to Drop video. Starve and deliver. Starve them of something and then deliver it back. You know, it could be volume, it could be note length, like reverb extends note length, right? So if you make everything really long, you can then drop short and dry. Something has to take the space of something else. Draw the listener's attention. In this case, it's the bottom end coming in. Traditional way of doing it. Most people take the bottom end out of their break sections. So you transition to your drop that way by bringing the bottom end in, land the hook that you were teasing, that kind of thing. And it can go too far the other way. Someone was asking on, I can't remember, I think it was a Stutter House video, was it? It might have been the Garage video, can't remember. The DOD track. his last main hit, So Much in Love. Can't remember what it was called. They asked me why the pad drops out so early before that track drops. In fact, let's bring that up at the risk of a second copyright strike. Because this is another classic. There's a reason this happens. So we start with an organ pad, right? If I remember rightly. Yeah, so it's organ. Organs contain a lot of frequencies, so if you saw my video on organ bass, you'll know basically it's just a stack of sine waves in lots of octaves plus fifths, usually. So we're covering a lot of frequencies with this organ pad. And you'll notice the organ has to get out of the way quite early before we drop. Because the drop is just simply vocal and bass and drums, obviously. And when you have something that takes up a lot of frequencies like that pads are quite typically quite muddy, a lot of low mids in there. This extends all the way up as well because it's an organ. So bright pad, thick pad, covers a lot of frequencies. If you ran that pad all the way up until the drop wouldn't work because you would be missing those frequencies too much. There's too many holes that the bass and the drums and the vocal can no longer cover. Even if it is a really bass-led track and there's lots of bottom end comes in, might just about work in a club when you're on a big bass system, and that difference is exaggerated down there. But you'll notice the pad washes out and thins out and fades out very fast and lets the bass come through. Again, the bass is teased before the drop, but there's too many frequencies in that pad that would be missed when the drop happens. So you have to ease that transition. You have to get the listener used to the fact that that's not going to be there in the drop. You can't just suddenly chop it off, or you have to kind of wash it out with reverb and high pass filters and stuff like that. So your transitions are kind of that's your decision making behind the transitions. It's like, how do you get from section to section without it sounding abrupt? If abrupt is not the purpose. Sometimes you want to shock people, right? You want to pretend it's going to drop into something, and So Much in Love could drop with holding the pad all the way to the end if they went all in on dropping to something super basic, like just the kick and the bass, maybe no other drums, no other vocal, like what we call a shock drop or an anti-drop. That might work, but the fact that they kept the vocal, it's essentially a pop track, that one, isn't it? Because it's got a chorus over the drop. So those kind of decisions, how are you going to drop with the vocal, without the vocal, blah blah blah, that's going to determine how your transitions work. There's no kind of one rule other than you're just kind of governing how not to disrupt the flow of the track, unless, again, that is the aim of the drop. Just looking at the chat, where are we up to? Are stabs always chords? No, we talked about this earlier, Steve. Yes, it's very hard for someone without the ear training to. That's a single note versus multiple notes, monophonic versus polyphonic. But we were talking about it in the context of Simplant, the synth. It can't detect. It can't work out sounds which are made of multiple notes. It can only work out monophonic sounds. Yes, so all stabs are not chords. It's very common, especially like, in the rave area. Let's have I do have a bank of a few. I'm sure there was, yeah. Right, so that's a chord. Not a chord. not a chord. That's a single note. And the thing that makes it harder to tell is if the sound is not pure, like a sine wave or a voice or something recognizable. Like you might be able to tell a piano single note versus a chord. Let me play one note and then play a chord with the notes in it. Sorry. That's a single note. That's a chord. Now, piano's mostly it's what we call a pure sound. Most acoustic sounds are quite pure. When it's an electronic sound, you can have all sorts of noise and complexity, what we call inharmonics mixed in there. Makes it very hard to tell whether you're listening to a chord or not. And I suppose it's easy for the brain to get confused anyway, because if you look at a single piano note, look at there's something in nature called the harmonic series. When you listen to an instrument, you're not listening to one sound. You're listening to, it's no different from the organ I explained earlier. You're listening to a bunch of stacked harmonics. This is the actual note, this bottom one. But you're hearing all these other ones, usually like an octave, a fifth, an octave, a third. There's a distinct series which sound follows in nature. And what determines what we call the timbre, why a piano is different to a flute, is this harmonic structure, how it changes over time. That's all sound is. If you were to put a filter on, filter out all the high pass frequencies of a sound, you would not be able to tell this was a piano. You wouldn't be able to tell if it was a flute, a piano, a trombone, a voice. It would sound identical. So obviously it's easy for the brain to get confused that might be a chord, because technically all sounds are kind of a major chord. There's usually a major third harmonic up here somewhere. It's very high, but yeah. Obviously you see the pattern get more complex when there's a chord involved. There's a single note. There's your chord. But yeah, I don't blame you for not knowing that stabs aren't always chords, especially when it comes to electronic sound. Like that, what the hell is that? Mostly white noise. I think I can hear two notes in there. See, they've marked it as D sharp, but there's a C in there. There's actually a low C in there, which makes it a C minor, really. The D sharp is the dominant pitch, but there's a lot of noise covering that up. That's not an obvious thing to hear. See, that's a G sharp fifth. That's actually got a D sharp in there as well. I'd call that a single note with noise. Hard to tell. But so no, stabs aren't always chords, but a lot of the time they are. Yeah, and then obviously that as Bagwan's saying there, stabs can be tonal percussion. You get it's hard to tell with certain types of percussion whether they're pitched or not. Things like cowbells, go-go bells, most of the bells, wood blocks have a distinct pitch. But then, some snare drums are just noise. Some snare drums have a pitch, and some snare drums have harmonics, which make them kind of play chords in a way. That's a fifth, 1 and a 5. But yeah. Unfortunately, it's just down to ear training. Like mostly around playing with any. It doesn't have to be a piano. Any synth. Grab a synth and just get used to playing notes versus chords. You'll eventually start to. I think the more you train your ears for things like melody, trying to work out your favorite tunes. It doesn't have to be anything complex. Like. One I love is The Island by Pendulum. quite a simple melody, like in terms of it's not very fast. What I call a football chant melody. Da, 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 da. You could probably roughly sing it yourself. Those kind of melodies are good to try and work out the pitches of. And then when you do that enough times, you start to recognize the distances between notes. And then when you hear a chord, you'll know it can't be chords because you start to spot chords because you know the distances of pitches, basically. You start to hear them simultaneously. But yes, no easy answer on that one. Sorry, Steve. It's an ear training thing, as is most music production. The odd mob stab is not a chord, correct, Matthew? Yes, it's just I think it's an FM kind of sound I'm hearing. Tom. It's not Bagwell. Okay. Hello, Tom. Thomas and Tom are distinct. Thomas asks, do you think you could play... Oh, your text has disappeared behind the heart. Hang on. Odin and Fatso. Can't let you go. What, play the notes? You want me to play you the melody? Thomas? Odin and Fatso. Which track? Oh, so you did say, can't let you go. Can't let you go. Mm-hmm. I'm singing The Island now. That's going to be all night, isn't it? Melody's too good. Doo-doo. Oh, in fact, so can't let you go. I have minor sevens on an organ. Chord progression. 1, 6, 4, 6. Now we've got a ninth. Ah, lovely pad. In fact, I think all those chords are ninths. It's a 1, 6, 4, 6. Where's the melody? You mean the bass line or? Now that's swung. Heavily swung. Hear how skippy that sounds? You mean the vocal melody? I'm not hearing any main hooks yet.
I wish I never knew you. I'm better on my own. Better on my own.
There's a synth. Sounds super wonky. You mean the wow, 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 wow? That thing? The wah guitar? Bass line. Bass line specifically. Oh, you could do the bass line. Easy. Okay, so it's not simple. What key are we in first? A minor. We love to see it. A minor. This is going to be easy to demonstrate. Actually, I'll tell you what we can do. Let me grab this. Let's just clip grab from the YouTube for now. Oh, apparently it needs to update. Maybe it won't work if I don't. For the sake of speed, let's use clip grab. Wow. Huh. Maybe it does need to update. It won't grab that. Or I could cheat and just record it in. One of the advantages of having an RME sound card. Let's get it on its own, shall we? Very low on that low D, isn't it? Oh, I missed it. Let's go back. So we've got some note length adjustments. I'll record this drop just in case it changes. But so far, I don't think so. Just a lot of octave jumps. Okay, that should do. Ah, the rim shot from the 909. You'd love to hear it. Love to hear it. Is Trillion 500 quid now? As in Spectrasonics? The 10-year-old plugin? I used to love Atmosphere and Omnisphere for pads. And I had Trilogy for a long time. But I always struggled to mix Trilogy in. And then I found out I can't find any interviews or evidence of this, but back in the day, we heard someone admit over at Spectrasonics, it was the old Roland producer, wasn't it? What was he called? We heard someone say they accidentally left Waves R bass. They used Waves R bass to record the acoustic bass, you know, the live acoustic bass, and then they forgot to turn off R bass when they were recording the other samples for all the other basses. So all the basses came out super fat and not in a good way. And then I always wondered why I could never fit it into a production. It was always too muddy. Right, so for any of you wanting to know how to train your ears, this is how I've always done it. We're going to break it down into sections and just try and do it bit by bit. Let's grab the tempo first. What is this? Looks like it wants to be 130. Let's call it 130. Let's put us at 130. Or we could actually slow it down. We've got that privilege now. We could work it out at a slower pace. Why not? Yeah. So underlying, we have a 1646 all the way through. Let's just make a 4-bar progression. It's 1, Sorry, that's not long enough. It's one chord per bar. So we start on A, 6, which is an F, 4, back to 6. That's your overall progression. Dum dum da dum dum. Dum dum da dum dum dum. Yeah, we've got a lot of octave jumps. So it's, let me get a similar-ish sound to what they've got for now. Just going to filter a saw wave, usual trick. It's not far from that, to be honest. We'll do a little wrong automation. Something in that area. So, maybe we go a bit more on that. Don't know. Let's just have that for now. It's fine. Now, you'll have to, when you're first trying this yourself, there's a number of things you can do to help your cause. First of all, try mono. So your brain isn't confused by all the extraneous stuff on the sides. I'm just going to listen in the bass range. Just to help your, your ears focus in. I already said it was very swung, didn't I? Gonna put some swing on. Now there is a side chain here, which I'm going to ignore. But I'm hearing bum bum. Right? 2 notes. Quite long. Dum dum. Dum da dum. That's this. Dum dum da dum. Here it go down, right? First of all, when you're ear training, you start to distinguish the simple things, like whether you can understand whether a pitch is going up or down. That's kind of your first ear training steps. What you can't tell is how far up or down it's going. So all you do literally when you're first starting out, we highlight this, and then we try and find that note. Oh, sorry, I turned Vital off, didn't I? Let me just mute this for a minute. You literally go note by note. You just go up and down the keyboard until you find it. Right? So, literally go note by note if you have to. I already know what these notes are because I've got something called relative pitch, perfect relative pitch. Slightly different to perfect pitch, but almost as useful. So I already know what these notes are, but again, if you don't, you want that little skip note here. Just you're pressing around until you find it. I already know. This is this. Let me unmute that just so you can hear it confirmed. Okay. Do we have any extra notes there? I think we go early, don't we? think we go early. Let me just make this a 4-bar. Length of 4. I think it's over. And guess what? This rhythm is going to repeat, probably, with some variations. So we can roughly just copy this down. Now, in terms of your note pitches, it helps to know the scale of the track. So I've already worked out this is an A minor, so that's going to eliminate notes like this. I can already predict this will probably go here because that would be in scale. This won't be here because it will be here because that's in scale, because A minor is all the white notes. How do you find out something's in A minor? Hopefully, a nice piece of software might tell you. Unfortunately, a lot of the ones I've tried don't. What was the one I bought? Hornet. I've uninstalled it. Hornet made one. Z-Plane make a great one. I don't have them on here right now, but hopefully your DJ software will get that right. You've got a 75% chance of it being correct. Right, so anyway, but knowing the key helps you narrow it down to the 7 notes that you've got the choice of, as opposed to the 12 notes. Until then, you're just literally pressing notes until you find them. But we can hear this is the same rhythm, can't we? Doom, doom, da, doom, doom. On the second bar. Let me just move this out of the way. Dum, dum, da, dum, dum. Too low for me to sing. But you can hear that. The ending is different. It's not this octave. Well, this is out of scale for starters, so it can't be that. But it's naturally not that. Because it's very low. Very low. It's hard to hear exactly. What I'm hearing is doom, doom. Stays on the F, and then the octave jump is on this G. Or this might move early. It might even be a semitone, like a jazzy room. Hard to tell. Very low down there. So we're just going to call it F. F and G there. In terms of writing lines like this, that actually doesn't matter. Those are like those are turnaround lines, right? So those specific notes are kind of just transitions. This is your chord base. The chord will be F. This is your this is your root note. This is just a deviation for the sake of flavor for turnaround. So you can almost pick anything here, in scale preferably, obviously. Like this is note 3 of the scale. We went over this with the organ bass earlier. This is just chord 1 is going to be A minor, which is made up of these notes. Press 1, miss 1, press 1, miss 1, press 1. You notice the second note of the chord is C. So that's the turnaround they've chosen on this. And then where do we go? Obviously, I'm just copying this down to D. What's our turnaround on D? Let me mute me. Oh, not actually the same rhythm. I'm actually hearing dun 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 dun. There's a slight change up in rhythm here. I'm hearing that dun 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 dun. But when you hear all these kind of skippy stuff, that's syncopated notes. We're not on beat anymore. We're in between the notes. So I can already tell that's going to be this rhythm, because that's in between. That's in what I call the in between, in the cracks, right? This would be on beat. This is off beat. So again, something you get used to over time. What are the notes though? Is a seventh jump. Again, this is where your ear training comes in. I can tell because we're on a D. I know that is D to C. So what we call the minor seventh. Harder to hear because it's so low in the track. Obviously, we're in the lowest octave. And then I presume we land back on that early F. I'm just going to copy this across. Oh, no, we don't. What is going on there? That's an octave F. That's a D. Buddha on the first syncopated. That's a transitioning back from G to go back to A. Classic. Just hit note 7 as you turn around. As if you were moving from chord 6 to 7 to 1. You know, come back round. F, G, A. It's just an octave. Very disco. If you saw my house bass lines tutorial, there's a lot of this in there, you know, swapping octaves. I think this might actually be a little E. Hard to, it's so quick. Do that. So that's just the F. Do that. Note lengths are important. I need to make this monophonic as well, so we don't get notes overhanging over one. You can't have bass notes ringing after one another. You'll get strange. If I play two bass notes at the same time, you get that horrible pulsing clash. You don't want your bass parts to be polyphonic, because if you've got some release on the sound, you know, like that, so it carries on after you let go of the note. If you move to the next note, because the last note is still carrying on, you end up with that horrible clash. So if you go monophonic, it only lets it play one note at once. And you end up with a much cleaner bass part. Very important down there. So that's bar one. Does it change? I probably won't do the whole thing, but you get the idea. We'll talk about the principles behind the writing of the line again in a second. That's the same. It's the same line. I think I can hear note length changes, which you could automate on a MIDI plugin, or you could do it actually in the MIDI. It's up to you. But yeah, that's basically the bass line. Let's just put this random house loop over the top. So, this is going to sound rough because it's... can you hear the clash in the bottom? I know we've not got the side chain on, but this bass drum's the wrong pitch. It's actually playing like a low E something. Not to mention it's not swung, so that doesn't work. Wrong. Anyway, in terms of writing this kind of line, obviously, you know your chord progression. If you ever saw my quick hacks of chords that fit under any melody, 164, you'll notice this is 164. So we're mostly sticking to the root note of the chord, which in this case is A, F, D. And then all these are just little passing notes, little embellishments in between You'll notice they always land back on something crucial on the beats though. Gaps for groove. Gaps is where the groove is. Because if you didn't have this skip in here, it would sound like this. But. Boring, right? This is where your groove comes from, these little skips. And the decision behind these is just pick a note of the chord. You don't even have to pick another note of the chord. This could be the bass line. This is still a good disco bass line, right? It's more about the rhythm on these little in-betweeny ones. So again, you got to be careful with your note lengths. Does that sound better long? This one feels like it needs to be short. Yeah. Depends on what's going on in the vocal probably, but something to be aware of anyway. Note lengths aren't a given. You have to play around with note lengths to get your feel right. But that's the basics of it. Pick your chord and then play the root of it. Like some occasional passing notes, some occasional octave jumps, especially if the octave jumps are very indicative of disco, right? Very disco. So if you want that vibe, this is a very busy bass line. So you'll notice above it, we don't have a lot of other busy stuff. It's drums, an occasional stab, and vocal. And then when stuff does pick up, we've got just a held Rhodes pad. Just long notes on the chord. We have the wah guitar. That's just going to be riffing around chord 1. Sorry, note 1. That's a single note. That's 1 3 7 1 1. Just going to be playing around there. Typical disco. Lots of syncopation. But that's going to be 3 octaves higher than the bass, so we're not interfering too hard there. So that's probably the most other complex part. Got to be very careful. If you've got a bass line that busy, there can't be anything else in that range that's doing anything remotely rhythmic, because it'll just sound like a mess. Got to leave it to do its lots of space to do its thing. That's not an appropriate bass line for, you know, other genres, for example. So anyway, hopefully, apart from the ear training gap between you and me, that might take you 4 hours, 2 hours. I don't know. Like, I can't remember how long it used to take me I used to literally have to go. I had to do this on tape, by the way. You guys have the privilege to do this, just to loop a little section. I started with melodies. Try and start with melodies, not bass lines, because like you just saw there, really low down notes are harder to hear. So I would be trying to work out this vocal melody, for example. We've only got one note there, so I might loop that until I find the note. Who was talking about microtonality earlier? We've just got one. You know, I talked about the note halfway between note 3 and note... Well, this is halfway between note 2 and note 3. That's a blues note. Na, 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 na. Technically, we're leaving the scale there. We're going between... I'll show you on the MIDI. This is why pianos can't play blues. No, they can, but they have to do this thing where they fudge both notes. Because we can't get in between these two notes. So you see blues players do this. So we have to kind of fudge all the notes at once. But yeah, You're seeing the difference between, he's singing somewhere between here and here. And the way you write that on a... what we call a blues note. So the scale would be here. This is pure. Still sounds like the melody, right? But there's some kind of in-betweeny because it's a human voice. You hear that kind of bend. It's what we call a blues note. You can do them on thirds, seconds, sevenths. Mostly on thirds, though. Is where you find those bluesy notes. But yeah, I literally used to sit down one note at a time. Repeat that. Obviously, you'll find it hard because that one's a bent note, but just got to press around until you find it, and do that enough times. Over time, you will start to hear. Well, first of all, you start noticing patterns in the way people sing, the way melodies are constructed, especially Western melodies. You start to understand distances, and then over time, you'll just get a kind of intuition for pitch, you know, whether it's going up or down, and then how far up or down. That's all it is. Yeah, we do. I don't know if this is actually a real guitar. It does sound like it's either layered with a real guitar sample occasionally, because you can hear some what we call slap notes in there when the bass goes really bright, and they're not very synth-like. So if there is a synth in there, it's layered with a bass guitar. Well, and what we hear at the end there, that wah, that's called a clav. That's a type of keyboard, a bit like a Rhodes. Clavinet, which is does Ableton come with any clavs? The most famous clav is the opening to Superstition by Stevie Wonder, right? So you'll hear the sound when it's copyright number 4. For those of you who don't know this legendary track, this is a clav. Not that. Any minute now. 2, 3, 4. Oh, legendary. What a player. That's how you swing, boys and girls. Ladies and gents. That's swing. Absolutely masterful player and musician. Anyway, that's a clav. That's what you're hearing at the end. It sounds like a clav layer through a wah pedal. It's very common to put clavs through wah pedals. You can also get a very similar effect through a phaser. Phaser effect. Wah. Yes, I'm not sure if it's a synth under a clav or if there is actually a slap note in there. It's played like a bass guitar. This is like I say, it's a very disco bass kind of line. You know, someone's a fan of Bernie Edwards. If you don't know, go and Google. Very Bernie Edwards, chic. Obviously not as good as Bernie Edwards, but you know. So it's either a bass guitar sample or it's a synth laid with a clav. Either is fine. Doesn't really matter, to be honest. But yeah, so I can't remember who asked for the bass. Sorry, we've gone down the rabbit hole of all kinds of different things, but I hope you learned something from how that's constructed and what's going on down there. Don't forget to swing, because swing affects all these notes that aren't on the beat. These are untouched in swing. 16th swing affects every other 16th. So anything here gets affected by swing. All the in-betweenies. So make sure it's swung, because that's also part of the funk. Ah, it was Thomas. Yes. Cool. Yep. Hopefully that was handy for you, Thomas. Yeah. If you want a classic disco bass sound, as Surgeon said there, you're looking for Fender, or it might be called Precision. The famous bass used in that genre was called a precision bass, made by Fender, the Fender Precision. So you might find presets called Fender or Precision. I tell you who makes one, Ample. Do they even make a free one, actually? Give me a second. Oh, hang on. Oh, ABP. Oh, no, this is the paid version. Let me quickly check the website. This company makes great guitar instruments, but the problem with them is to get the most out of them, you kind of have to know how to play the real instrument anyway. It kind of defines the point. For those of you who don't know what we were talking about when we talked about a slap note, that twang, bang, that's what happens when you hit the string with your thumb and not pluck it with your finger. Very different tones. That's a slap sound. Well, we got slap and pop here, apparently. How do I think Seinfeld. Whereas your standard plucked bass sound is a lot mellower. More like that. What's the staccato sound like? Yeah. That's how bass guitar normally sounds, and then when you slap it, like that, you get that twang. It is, yeah, I suppose it is also called a pop, because that's when you pull the string off the fretboard and snap it back, pop it off, snaps back onto the fretboard, you get even more of a twang. Whereas a slap is when you hit it with your thumb, and that's similar but not quite as honky. Don't know what you'd call those sounds. Onomatopoeias are not my specialty. Sorry. Yeah, P bass as well. Sorry, yeah, they shorten it to P bass a lot. Fender P bass, precision bass. Now, what was I looking for? Oh yeah, Ample. Do they make this free? Boom. Yes, they do. They make P-Bass Lite, which is probably most of what you need. I can't remember the difference between the paid version and the free version. I got into this brand because of they make an incredible free acoustic guitar. Sounds gorgeous. So I checked out their other stuff. It turns out their bass guitar is really good. and they do some electric guitars as well. I do have a video planned called Guitar Lessons for DJs. Because guitar is such... there's so many different types of ways of playing it and different types of bodies and sounds that all make different sounds. They're all useful in different genres of music. You know, disco, rock, which dance borrows from all the time. It'd be really useful, a bit like I did the ingredients video for Organic House, basically putting a name to the face. So this is an acoustic guitar. Can't really play disco on an acoustic guitar. This sounds best strummed, long chords, that kind of thing. So it's just, yeah, helping DJs and producers know the different names and versus the sounds of all the ways you can sample or play an electric guitar, or what you'll be searching for anyway, at least, at the very least, if you're looking for samples. Yeah, let me know if anyone would find that useful. Guitar lesson for DJs. I don't know what the actual YouTube optimized search engine best title for the video would be. But, you know, something like that. Yes, some of the contact libraries are very good as well. Scarby, I think, do a great precision bass. Also very good. Binary Solo, your tag is Binary Solo again. Did you change it back? Did you give up? Or is that just how it appears on my back end? Are you forever... Welcome back, by the way. Are you supposed to be someone else? Obviously, I recognize you best as Binary Solo, so that helped me. But I remember you saying you changed your name. Alex, you could play guitar. You wish you could transition easier the skills into MIDI. Yes, it's that way round is very tough. I was fortunate to learn a keys instrument first, like a keyboard, piano. Not an actual piano. We couldn't afford one of those. Hell no. I had a crappy little keyboard. Yamaha PSS 795 was my first thing. This was my beginnings. Didn't even have full-size keys. Let me see if I can find one. There has to be an image online, right? There we go. There's my first keyboard. Oh, I can't zoom in. There you go. There we go. Nostalgia. Those keys are tiny, by the way. Is it? And if you recorded anything into the memory, like a bass line, you had to leave it plugged into the mains and turned on, or else it would forget. So if you wanted to make an actual track, you couldn't ever turn off the keyboard again. I refuse to call it a synth because there's nothing synth about this. Bless. Yes, I had to make a song, and then if my mum told me to turn the thing off because it was wasting electricity, then I would lose my song until I got my first tape recorder. Probably at the age of 10, 11, something like that. That's what I learnt on. Yeah, so it turns out it's much easier to see music in this fashion with the keyboard layout. There's a reason every DAW uses the keyboard layout. Because for those of you who don't play guitar, if you don't know, the highest notes on a guitar aren't necessarily higher up the fretboard. Guitars have this strange crossover thing where higher notes can be to the left not just to the right. Whereas on a keyboard, it's obvious, right? High notes on the right, low notes on the left. There's no changing that on a keyboard. I mean, you've got transpose, but you know what I mean. The high notes are on the right, the lower notes are on the left. On a guitar and other instruments like take wind, brass, stuff like that, even violin. It's not actually the case. The high notes aren't always further away, up to the right. So when you learn guitar, you don't really learn about pitches and scales and things. You learn shapes. You learn what the shapes sound like. So E minor is a certain shape with your left hand. So it is very hard to transition back from guitar to any other instrument, to normal, because synths and keys, basically. In fact, it would be like learning on the push, because the push is also shapes, right? You learn in terms of shapes. You don't really learn your scales and what the notes actually are. On a push, the high notes aren't necessarily to the right. They can be up, they can be left. So I see the push a lot like learning guitar. It's more shapes than it is individual notes. So yeah, very hard to translate back from that way. If you learn a keyboard instrument first, you do have an advantage. But there are good, as Niver, is that Niver plays? Help me out with that name, will you? You could try a guitar to MIDI converter. Yes, there's some really good ones. Roland's is really good. I've never tried the Jam Origin. That keyboard, what did that keyboard, good question. Was it super cheap? What did it retail for? My mum and dad bought it through, they got a discount if we bought it through the school. So I remember that's the only way they could afford it. Launch price. Let's see if we can find. It was also known as the PSS 680. No, can't find the launch price. It was at least £100. I remember that much. It wasn't like super cheap. Music gear in general back then wasn't super cheap, to be honest. Oh, there's one source here that says 129 UK pounds, about $150 that would be now. I mean, well, not now, no inflation, but yeah. So not probably the cheapest you could get, maybe. Maybe there was stuff below 100, but it was before anything got made in China, put it that way. Before the Behringer revolution, as I saw it. Behringer were the first to come across from the factories in China and start undercutting everyone. So it's before that. That was Japanese made, I presume. Classic house piano set. Yes, Rudy's already answered you. Sorry, not Rudy. Rabs has already answered you there. Hacks Korg M1. If you watch my piano house sound video, I take you through the whole thing about how to get there's a free sample out there which you can download and use in a free sampler. Or you can buy the Korg one. The Korg make the M1 VST, which is the recreation of the 90s house piano. Well, the 90s Rompler where all the classic house sounds come from. Well, most of the classic house. If you buy the Korg one, you also get the Organ 2 patch, which is the Show Me Love and Nightcrawlers and a million other people. It's got a lot of famous sounds on that keyboard. Yeah. Korg M1. I've mentioned it in quite a few videos at this point. Have I ever tried the Akai MIDI flute? No, I can't actually play flute. I could probably learn, but wind controllers are a very distinct advantage for programming certain lines, yeah. If you could just... Do you need to be able to key it like a flute? Or is it just literally a breath controller, the Akai MIDI flute? Because it's the keys I don't know on a flute. I don't know the patterns for the notes. I only know brass, because I learnt on brass when I was younger. After keyboard. For someone, sorry. For someone new like me, how would you go about learning the piano? Is creating songs a good way? Yes, recreating. Yeah, there's several routes you can go that way. Depends what your passion is. Because a lot of people think they need to learn piano to make music. Depends what depends what you want to do with it, Souch. The mistake a lot of people make is they think they need to learn piano to make music, and then they go and get piano lessons, and then 99% of piano teachers out there are classical teachers. So you end up learning Moonlight Sonata and things like that, which is nice, but learning to play the instrument is nothing to do with learning to write a song. One does enable the other, but they're actually two separate things. So it depends on what you want to learn the piano for. Just knowing the notes is more important to writing songs, like understanding what a scale is, what a key is. Go see my earlier videos if you want to know that. But actually playing the instrument, you don't need it to write music, but it can help, I would say. But yes, always try to learn stuff you know. If you do end up trying to learn piano and you get a teacher that says, that practice your scales, and here's Moonlight Sonata or Beethoven's Fifth, or all the tropes. Don't do that. Don't do that. Try to learn something you know. Even if it's if you're old enough to remember the movie Big with Tom Hanks. Even that's more useful if you know the tune. That's more useful than, because you'll know one more than the other. Yeah, always best to try and recreate stuff that you know every time. That's how your oral memory and your oral pitch training works, because you've got something to relate it to then. Doesn't matter what it is. Thomas the Tank Engine. Great chords, by the way. Learn something you know. Not some random thing because it's better for your posture or better for your the way your fingers go on the keys. Try and learn something you know. Great question, William. Mr. Parker wants to know, what would be helpful for learning the piano for dance music coming from playing electric guitar. My channel? I don't really know. Like, I mean, do you want to play it live, or do you mean for programming and writing purposes? It's a great question, because I don't suppose there are that many resources, are there? Not for the actual playing bit of it. Like, no one ever taught me how to play Trip to Trumpton. I had to work that out myself. Pew, pew, bottom of groove. Who is Ben? I'm Ben. Sorry, if you see people saying Ben, they might be referring to me. For those of you who don't know, I'm called Ben. That's what the B stands for. And the lick is just because I play licks. That's a guitar term for riff. Now you know where the name comes from. People always called me B in the studio. I don't know who was calling me Ben. Oh, is it Binary? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, in terms of just general dance music theory, that's why I started my channel, because I couldn't find it anywhere. As for the actual playing of it, there's a niche we've not covered. I wonder if I should ever do. I'm not sure what technique there is to teach. Because if a piano like a proper piano teacher saw me play, they'd probably say I was doing it wrong. The lick is not my surname, no. Or related to my surname. A lick is like a guitar lick, or just a. You can call it a piano lick as well, like something like that. There's a little phrase, is another term for that is a lick. It's a lot more common to say lick when you're a guitar player than it is a keys player or in the dance field. So again, not the best name for a dance music channel. But we're here now. I didn't really think about the name. I was almost called the Instrologist, because I like combining words, and that to me meant instrumentation, technology, musicology, instrumentalist, pianist. I nearly went with the Instrologist, but when I described it to people, they always kind of conflated it with astrology, or even worse. What's the other one? Not astrology. The one with star signs. Yeah, lick is common in jazz circles. Yeah. Rudy, Bthelick, yep. Is it because the plastic thing licks the strings? I suppose you could term it that way. The plectrum. Yes. Oh, astrology is the one with the star signs. Yes. Yeah. People were conflating it with that, and it just didn't really. Not that be the lick conveys anything. For But for anyone who wants to learn branding and SEO, do not copy my name choice. That just happened to be the one that the choice came from because the Wicked game cover went viral. Astrology. Yeah, so it's the other way around, isn't it? Yeah, astrology is the star signs, astronomy, study of space, stars, whatever. Yes. Yeah, we went viral with the Wicked game cover. And I decided the strongest start point would be to associate anything with that. I hadn't chosen to do a channel on music theory for dance specifically at that point, but the whole way the Wicked game cover came about is because I was trying to give away guitar licks for tropical house producers. So it kind of all adds up in the end. And then because we'd gone viral and I was already in the credits as Bthelick, I decided to just kind of try and ride on that. Didn't work, but of all the other names out there I've used, I just decided to start with that one, and then we just carried on. SEO is likely the worst thing to learn at this point, given AI. Yeah, I mean, well, there's going to be a big shake-up regardless, so anything you learn now isn't going to apply I only learned last year that VSEO was different. So the way people search with what they type into Google is different from what they search with voice. Hey Siri, etc. Sorry, I've just set everyone's, with the assistants. Sorry, Apple users. The way people voice search is entirely different to the way people normal search. So SEO does not apply to VSEO. Obviously, there's crossover, but that was a learning thing that I only learned last year. So, but yes, anything you learn now on either of those is going to be changed by AI very soon. So, probably right, Binary Solo. Don't jump on that right now. Got a question about branding. Would you say it's better to have different aliases for different genres than? Ooh, that's a juicy topic. It makes sense, like on paper. Because part of a brand is without being told what it is, for the user to understand what you are very quickly. That's a strong brand, right? Like I would hope someone who visits my channel for the first time, within the first 10 minutes of a video, it's probably too long these days, within the first few minutes of a video, kind of thinks I'm some kind of dance music chord guy. That would be an example of what I would think someone might assume my brand is. That's kind of, it's an unsold belief. I mean, it's an untold belief. It's like a shared belief between what you're trying to get across versus what the audience understands. Obviously, you can bend that narrative with advertising and in your actions and other things, your name even. So the question, when it comes to genre, the question is, what is your audience? I'm sorry, well, when it comes to branding, the question is, what is your audience? Who are you trying to reach? Because the older you go in age range, they are more genre locked. And there's a lot more genre snobs in the older age range where I am. We grew up very segregated. Didn't matter if it was the rock community or the dance community. Even within dance, the house guys didn't really. You didn't find many people that went to both house and trance nights. not in like the peak of those genres. If they were happening at the same time. I mean, you obviously there was plenty of crossover audience, but there were these segregated, very different tempos, very different dance style, very different drugs, very different cultures. But that's now music is so convenient with TikTok, Spotify, etc., etc. What you find with the younger age is they're not really thinking in terms of genre. So depending on the audience you're aiming for, a brand based on genre will either work or not work, or be important or not be important. Like my brand works because I'm not an artist first, really. I mean, I release solo, but that's kind of just my solo stuff is like side experiments from work I get professionally or from the YouTube channel. So in that sense, I'm not really a proper artist, music artist I don't DJ. That's for everyone I work with to do. I make the stuff DJs play. So I'm not a good brand in that sense. If someone found me on Spotify, they're more just likely to like a song than like my entire. Having said that, I noticed a lot of people add lots of my songs to a playlist when they only have one song of a famous artist. So maybe my lack of genres is a bonus. I don't know. But what I'm trying to say is it's fine for me to get away with putting multiple genres out there because I'm known for the approach, the musical approach, or whatever you want to call it. I'm known for this, not for the music itself, if you know, the final release. More the process than the music. So everyone knows I can do different genres, so that's fine. But that makes me a weaker artist to certain audiences, definitely. So depends who you're aiming for, is the long and short answer. Hello, Dan. Thank you for the comment. Thank you. Just tuned in. Thank you for the useful tutorials. Yes, thank you. You're very welcome. This is more of a ramble AMA. We were going to make some music earlier, but there were just so many interesting questions. I do like these back and forths. Cook says, Bthelick always stuck in my head. Yes, I suppose because it's unusual, it's got that advantage. The problem is when you try and search in Google, it doesn't auto-correct because it's not a common word. So it works both ways. Yeah. Dalek's saying a similar thing about the branding. Definitely a lot more of a case in the 90s. Genre-tied artists. Like with I know TikTok said they're struggling again now, so you're about to see TikTok do long form content, which I think's idiotic, but we'll see how they do. They've got more marketing dollars than me, but an audience on TikTok won't really have a favorite TikToker because it's such a short, convenient format. They're more likely to have favorite videos or favorite songs or favorite dances than actually favorite artists that made that song, dance, or video. You know what I mean? Because of the nature of the format. So, underground techno is going to be far more likely to be genre tied. If you want to be that kind of artist, like seen as a serious underground techno artist, I can never be seen as a serious techno artist, regardless of the quality of my output. Probably because I've made a track that sounds like a Joel Corey track with a piano house pop vocal kind of thing. Again, not to every audience, but to the to the hardcore niche, that would damage my techno output technically. So yeah, it depends. Yeah, well, trance was okay with techno in circles and that. Yes. Yeah, because it was like hard trance. It was basically techno and didn't have all the... I don't think vocal trance was okay with the techno circles. You know, the female, white female whaley vocal that came, the thing that became Cascada before it hit the charts. But when that movement came through, I don't think that type of trance, the vocal trance, was okay with techno, the techno going crowd at any point. But yes, some trance was basically techno because it was faster than house and it had the hard sounds in there. I mean, the best DJs are genreless, in my opinion. It shouldn't be tied to genre, but in terms of SEO, I think was your question. So I think you have to pick a thing to come through with. Maybe start in a narrow lane. And then if you sell your brand correctly as to not actually being tied to that lane, then your true fans will follow you elsewhere. But I think it depends on the audience, but it might be best to start somewhere. Yes, trance was a different beast back then, Dalek. Yep. We need to do some trance. Somebody asked if I could do a video on uplifting trance and then proceeded to list a bunch of DJs I'd not yet heard of. So I don't know if that's a new term or an old term. Because all the musical side of trance in general for me was uplifting trance, and the techno side of trance was, we just called it hard trance, right? So does anyone else understand the term uplifting trance? Is it a current thing? Or were they just referring to chords that move in an upwards direction? Cold cut, yes. Great example, Donny. Spanning a lot of genres. Epic trance, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I presume, Nathan. Maybe in a major key. Melodic riffs, obviously. Thank you, Dubzed. Thank you. Like, if you told me uplifting trance, I would instantly play not any particular tune, but you know, you just detune a saw wave, put the standard stab envelope on it, very long reverb. This is this is a harmful stereotype I'm teaching you here, but and then what an anticlimax. That kind of thing. The whole 1736. I say that like it's known. These are patterns I notice. This is what my brain works like. Sorry. That ring true for anyone else? Is that uplifting trance? I did have a video prepared called Melodic Techno is Not Melodic. And then I thought better of it because it sounded very snobbish. But what I was trying to say is a melody to someone who comes from the more musical background, a melody involves lots of different notes, whereas all the melodic techno stuff is instead of being hard techno where it's a lot noisier and atmosphere and inharmonic and possibly atonal, the melodic techno I was hearing was just mostly one or two notes that weren't very melodic at all. So I was going to take the mick a bit there and say melodic techno isn't melodic, mostly for the clickbait, but then to have a discussion, turn it into a discussion about what different people define as melody. We were talking about it earlier, actually. You know how the hip-hop guys just call anything that's remotely musical a melody when they're dealing with samples. Anything that's not drums, they call it a melody sometimes. Whereas I would distinguish between bass lines, melodies, chords, that kind of thing. Yes, have you noticed Beatport has melodic techno and melodic house lumped together? I know Beatport can't change genres every 5 minutes like the real world does, but some of their genre groupings are extra puzzling, aren't they? And if so, what is the difference between melodic techno and melodic house? Because everything under that banner seems to be afterlife, right? And is afterlife techno? Is it house? And before we got there, wasn't melodic house just progressive house? UFO is a genre agnostic DJ. Oh, I don't think. No, I'm thinking of as in UFO. Are we talking about the same artist that made the classic techno UFO, or is there a DJ called UFO which is different? Thank you, Hamilton. Yes. You're referring to the trance. Sorry, the chat's very far behind now. I don't know if I can make you catch up. He's known as Ben UFO. Ben UFO. Okay, I will check him out. Sounds good. Because there's not many around, is there? proper genre spanning DJs. I mean, obviously all the wedding DJs. I hate separating wedding DJs to jobbing DJs, because sometimes jobbing DJs have to do weddings to actually earn any money. But you know what I mean? It's a different gig, right? And they play lots of genres. Not that kind of genre spanning. Mr. Scruff, yes. Yes. I love all the great sounds you're able to make with free synths. It takes a lot of skill. Well, it's more knowledge than skill, isn't it? I'd say. Knowing what... If you didn't know what unison did, then your sound is this. Which, don't get me wrong, is also a valid trance sound. Hang on. What's the track I'm thinking of? Oh... bear with me. There's a standard saw track plus reverb, obviously. Classic. Let me have a quick look in. I'll know it when I see it. Am I thinking of Love Struck? Love Struck. Is it Love Struck? Yeah. That was trance, right? Love Struck's got to be classed as trance. I'm not going insane, am I? Sorry, my brain kind of melts after talking for 4 hours. Anyway, my point was, you know, good sound is in the ear of the beholder. Like we could go to Massive. Do I still own Massive? Yes, I do. Been a while. What are we starting here? We start on the square, do we? There we go. There's a saw. And then throw in your Ableton's own analog. I'm not even talking wavetable. I'm talking the really basic one that's not actually analog in any way whatsoever. Instruments. Do we start on a saw wave? It doesn't come with a reverb, so we'll have to put one on. Just the basic is fine. Make sure it's long. That's what she said. Sorry. Saw wave. Open. Reverb. Oh, I need no release. Where's my amp envelope? There There we go. Essentially the same thing. Silent. I've not used silent for a while. So what I'm trying to say is no sound is better than another, really. How do you initiate the patch? Clear, initialize. That should give us a saw wave, right? Yay! Add reverb. It's all, for me, any of those is fine. Like, I actually don't care. I'm in Vital because it's very flexible, very quick, and easy to use. Reminds me of Ableton in the sense that you can drag things to places and things happen. But yeah, I mean, they've all got unison, they've all got saw waves, they've all got filters, they've all got envelopes. So I wouldn't say skill was the word. Knowledge of sounds and parameters. But I suppose what I'm trying to say is don't fall into the trap of thinking certain things produce better sound than others. And that those are necessary above other things. You know, context is key. So even a raw saw wave preset 1 on a synthesizer with a bit of added reverb will get you one of the most legendary trance tracks. Oh, Ayla, sorry. What was Love Struck? I need to listen to Love Struck now. Copyright number 5. You're right, Ayla, sorry. You could tell I wasn't a hardcore trance. Southside Spinners, wasn't it? Yes. What was Love Struck? I'm sure that was a saw wave as well. That was a dance track, by the way. It wasn't porn. That's how it starts. Don't flag me. Oh, now I've got the Wheel of Death. There you go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, basically a saw wave. I think it's an octave. That's all down to the delay on that one, isn't it? Anyway, I was thinking of a saw wave. Anyway, yeah. That was very loud in the speakers. Well, that's appropriate then, isn't it? If I was going to get you all with the porn noise, the Alexis Texas one. Don't ask me how I know that. Who the actress is in the famous porn noise. Let's just say I'm a nerd for details, shall we? Nerd for details. Comes with the job. It's my vibe. Details, I mean, not studying the different moans of actresses. Anyway, there we go. Yeah, rant over. Sound is sound. use whatever you've got to the best advantage you've got. It's fine. Better tracks have been made with worse, I guarantee you. Yes, I actually know where it comes from. Yeah, Alexis, Texas. Anyway, music stream. I do not categorize my filth by actress. I do. No one told you that. Right. Let me just check I've set this stream for not for kids. We're not set for kids, are we? This isn't viewable. Yeah, good. This is adults only. It's fine. Scientific appreciator. Someone asked layering. What did I spot? Layering what? Anything? What was the actual question? Sorry, I saw it scroll past too fast because we got into exciting territory of more of an adult nature. Layering. Oh, that was it. It was Matthew. You just simply wrote layering explanation. Can you elaborate, please, Matthew? As in, like, anything? Or why, when, how? All of it? Alex Wood, you have the M1 plugin and you rarely find the famous presets from it. I thought the M1 piano was... Oh, have they added new sounds and then the classic banks are like further in or something? I've actually never used it. Sorry. I tell people to buy it if they want to not get bogged down with buying the downloading the free samples, but I've never actually used it myself. I should probably get on that at some point. Oh, you see West End and other people. Yes. I've had this question a lot in DMs actually because I basically remade that West End track without layering, didn't I? And then everyone said when he saw his stream, he was layering a lot. So, right, layering drums. Let's talk about this. So, if I just type in, this is again, it comes down to context. So let me explain my thoughts on layering and the way I practice layering. All results maybe no, it's going to the sample bank. Oh, we're frozen. There we go. Doesn't matter. Let's go in Kashmir, whatever. Regular claps. So, I suppose it comes down to that thing I was talking about earlier. It's really hard for new producers, new musicians, whatever you want to call yourselves, new artists, to recognize the difference between a chord, like a chord stab, or a single note stab. And the same ear training goes for sound. Like when you've heard a 909 clap 10,000 times in your life, you can then spot when a clap sample has a 909 clap layered inside it, right? So, but also you know off the back of your hand what a 909 clap sounds like, why you might use it, what kind of tone it has, attack, that classic reverb tail that came off the original machine. Very distinct sound, just to pick that one out. So when you're going for a clap or you hear a reference, it's again, reference. So the reason you would layer is you hear a reference track and you can recognize that the clap is not doing, either you recognize the layers in the clap, in which case win-win, you just find all the layers, or you find similar layers. Like you might not recognize exactly what the sounds are, but when you're searching for your clap to match the reference. Let's find an example. Okay, so we got the clap from the I've forgotten who this is. Sorry. Doesn't matter, right? Correct me in the comments, please. Find one where it's kind of on its own. So, like, I would call this kind of it's a crack. It's got a lot of mid crack to it. A clack, crack. One of those onomatopoeias, something in that area. So when you're searching for a clap of your own to match it, you might be looking for that mid crack. Let us just match volumes a little here. I can hear that's about 10 dB down. To be fair, XO usually always is. Maybe 8. And what you might find is, see the tail of this one. Damn. I lost it. There. You might find, for example, that you like the end of that one. The reverb tail sounds pretty similar to the record. So you go with that, but then maybe you think the beginning is missing some of that clock, that, you know. So I would layer up something with a more, shall we say, sloppy attack. Not quite that bad. Ooh. And these together, played in a certain order. Sorry, average guy. No problem. Yeah, 707. So the reason you would basically it's knowing what you're looking for, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say. It's like, I don't usually layer for the sake of layering. It's always when something is needed. Like, you might be missing the transient attack. Like, you might decide the beginning of this clap is too soft. Like, maybe it sounds more like this. Let me try and adjust. You know, that beginning, as opposed to that initial spike. Maybe it's more. So you might put a really transient, if you really love the tone of that clap and it fits really well in the track, but it doesn't give you the bite and the snare you know, the backbeat that you need, the hit, the transient, then you might layer that clap with just a very short, snappy, or the beginning of another clap that does have the transient, and just chop the envelope right down. So it's like something with a real big attack. And then you just really literally want something like that out of it, the very beginning only, and then you layer those two together. That kind of idea is more about recognizing where you need what. So because let's be honest, I don't think Kashmir necessarily, I'm not accusing anyone, and for legal reasons I have no evidence, but I'm not saying Kashmir, I don't think Kashmir sampled every one of these claps himself. Let's say some of these are probably layered, right? you know, there's a clear layer. That sounds like 3 or 4 with a snare in there. Big, thick, 909 kind of beef. So when you're asking about layers, it's like, for me, the question is not to layer or not to layer. It's like, what do you need? Can you recognize whether it's already layered? Because it probably is. But whether it's layered or not already, is it doing the job? So, and again, it goes back to my drum tutorial. You're listening for the placement, you know, the build-up on the clap, the zhip, the zhrip, the sloppiness of the build-up, the attack, the snap, the length, the crack, the mids, the pitch, all kinds of things. Like, you're looking for those kind of things, not to layer or not to layer. And then it might be that you find you have to grab different bits from different claps. So, fine, layer. There's no right or wrong. There's no right or wrong on the claps. Yes, correct, Donny. For those who's asking, Vital is entirely free. I mean, they have a paid option if you want more presets. But if you watch any of my videos and want the sounds, I give the presets away that were in the video as many times as possible. So yeah, layering, it's not the question of to layer or not to layer. It's what do you need? Now, when it be someone asking that question is clearly on the newer side of production, right? So what I will tell you in terms of rules of thumb is try not to layer your kicks. That's definitely a dangerous area and a minefield. Always just try and find another kick. Try and use one kick, very, very minimal EQ if necessary, but the kick has to be 99% there just as a sample on its own. Layering kicks leads to all sorts of technical problems, which I could go into, probably not going to though. But they all of the artifacts of layering kicks specifically harm bass frequencies, which is obviously the opposite of what you're trying to achieve with a good kick. Yes, Nathan, phase issues. Long waveforms, which are low waveforms, the bass frequencies, are far, far more in danger of being cancelled out by other long waveforms. So when you combine two low sounds, i.e. two kicks, it causes a kind of mess in those long waveforms. They intertwine and tangle and mess each other up and sometimes cancel each other out, leaving you with a kick drum with no bass, even though the two kick drums on their own sounded fine. So, I'm nicking that quote, Average Guy. Layering kicks is like layering girlfriends. Many problems. Many technical problems. Yes. Unless you're in an, what's the term? ENM? Ethically non-monogamous relationship. Unless you have an ethically non-monogamous relationship with your kick drums and there is full consent and understanding, do not date multiple kick drums. Do not layer your kicks. Thank you, Average Guy. Very best rule of thumb. So, you know, I do it, but that's because I'm 15 years ahead of you, right? So, usually in the form of taking the bottom end of one, finding a point in the middle that does not crossover phase cancel, and then taking the upper flavor from another. Like we were talking about earlier, like distorting 909s to make techno. It's very dangerous because all distortion is trading high frequency for trading low frequencies for high frequencies. Essentially, obviously it's more complicated than that, but on a basic level, that's what you're dealing with. So when you distort a 909, yes, you get more bite and flavor and that hard style knock at the top, but you've usually sacrificed the subs of the 909 kick. So what some people might do is distort the 909 and then layer it back in with an undistorted 909. Just one doing the low end, crossover filtered, and then the other one doing the upper flavor, the distorted bit. So you don't sacrifice your subs, or a modern kick drum doing the sub entirely, because obviously 909s aren't the strongest in the sub region. So maybe you just put the bottom end as a modern kick. It's really solid down there, and distorted 909. That's as far as but again, that's still, for a new producer, I would say that's still very dangerous territory. Try and find a kick drum. You know, you have no excuses now with the likes of Splice and Loop Cloud and stuff. You've got hundreds and thousands of kicks to choose from. Just find the one that sounds closest to your reference. If you have to, use span just to double check that it's reaching similar peaks in the sub frequencies. Make sure it sounds the same flavor wise, you know, same length, same kind of aesthetic tone. Soft, hard, clicky, whatever. Just make sure you match the reference roughly in that area. Make sure it's hitting roughly the similar sub area on your, if you've not, I'm only suggesting span because I'm presuming you don't have good bass monitoring environment, like good speakers or good headphones. That's kind of a quick cheat to check the bottom end is matching the same kind of area. And if so, just leave it alone. Leave it alone. Make sure nothing you layer with it messes with it, like bass, unside chain the bass. Try and side chain your bass properly. And just a good kick sample, or left alone, will do the job. If you saw my last live chop up about making Fisher style tech house from scratch, you'll see I think I spent 30 minutes looking for a kick. Obviously I chopped most of that out in the edit. But in the end, that kick ended up being left alone. So it was literally just the sample in the final track. And the final track didn't get mastered or really mixed. So just spend time finding a good sample. Try not to mess with bass things. And the same goes for bass layering as well. Be very careful where you're layering bass. Like you saw in my bass tutorial, we did the same thing. We split between upper bass and lower and sub bass. Leave your sub bass as mostly a sine wave, something pure down there, something that doesn't interfere with the upper frequencies, and then high pass your high frequencies based on the key of your track, preferably. So the upper bass can do its own thing, and those two don't mingle. And then the only thing competing with your sub bass is your kick drum. You sidechain those apart from each other, and you should have a nice clean bottom end. You don't have to mess with any other bass frequencies. So then, if you're going to do a layer of bass, make sure it's in the upper frequencies, not in the never layer bass frequencies, because you're just going to end up with cancelled subs, or even worse, it might do the opposite. It might double the subs, and then you just end up with nothing but bass. But extra dangerous if you don't have a great monitoring environment to test that. So that's my thoughts on layering in general. Like, you just have to know what it needs. Comes with time, comes with a lot of referencing. But hopefully my clap example gave you a good example of why you would layer something. Like one sound needs something from the other. And then the only rule of thumb is just don't layer bass stuff, kicks and subs. And that's probably about it. Correct, Matthew. You can just steal the clap or the high or the hats and kicks of tracks. That is illegal on paper. That's because that's recording copyright infringement. Doesn't matter how long the recording is, it's still taking something from someone else's recording. Now, in this genre, the chances of them having stole it is probably high. But so I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I just can't recommend it professionally because yeah, we don't know what's going to happen with AI. That's my biggest fear. I've been to court. I've dealt with legal cases that I was in the right of. And let me tell you this. I wasn't even in the wrong, and I lost £9,000 and 4 months of my life. And I was ill from the stress. I was so stressed over the court case. Well, just the general legal case before it went to court. I was so stressed it was happening. And the amount of, every time you send a lawyer an email, that's £200 for them to send a letter, an email. £200 each letter. So you spend months over little technical bits of wording that have to be correct legal language so you don't end up in more trouble, and so that your lawyers send as little information back and forth as possible, because each time they send something, it's costing you. And trust me, if you're, I'm not rich. I make music for a living. I'm very privileged. I'm very lucky, but I do that because I sacrifice a lot. I don't drive a very nice car. I'm still renting. I don't own a house. I don't spend big on anything. So, I can afford beers at the weekend with friends. I have a roof. I have running cold water, clean water. That's better than a lot of the world. I call it, I draw the line there. If my music can pay for that, I'm a happy boy. So, but when a court case turns up, trust me, someone on my living is not prepared for that kind of amount of money to disappear in that amount of time. So, we didn't actually go all the way to court in the end. We settled for £9,000, and it took 4 months to get to that point. And in that 4 months, I lost 4 months of work because I was so stressed I couldn't deal with anything else. It was just emails every day, arguments. It was a 3-way legal battle. So we had 3 lawyers, 3 managers, 3 artists. We had friends and family. And it was just a mess, absolute mess. I could not work for 4 months. So my income was 0. My outcome was minus 9,000 by the end. That's what we settled for. And I know what major labels are like. Because the reason I was in the right, but I could not afford to fight the case. We were promised it would be a minimum of 30,000 to go to court. And there was no guarantee I would get that money back because it wasn't UK court. This was one of the reasons we settled was that this was Dutch law, not UK law. So I'm only familiar with UK and US law. So Dutch law is very similar, but you just can't make any assumptions. When it gets down to the nitty-gritty and losing lots of money and time, we didn't take any risks. So we decided to settle instead of going to Dutch court. But yeah, it was going to be a minimum of 30,000 to prove my case. And if I could afford, we weren't guaranteed to win, and we weren't guaranteed to get that money back, even if we did win. So, because the label just had a lot more money than us, and it was clear. See, they hired a much higher paying lawyer than we could afford, so their lawyer was more expensive, and we were going to have to pay their legal costs if it became kind of a neutral settlement. So every day that went past, we were paying their legal bills potentially. Every time their lawyer sent us a letter, that was more than £200. Our lawyer was £200. Theirs was a lot more. So that potential price goes onto the tally. And then by the end of it, it was clear they were just trying to outprice us until we couldn't afford to fight anymore. So This was actually a publishing dispute. It wasn't recording copyright. This was composition copyright, right? This was over a writing, a melody, a bass line. Technically, it was so a 4-note bass line. Don't get me started. I will tell this story properly on video one day because it teaches a lot. But anyway, so this was a melodic copyright infringement case. Yes, I was about to go, I was ready to go to court and say what Ed Sheeran's lawyer said. There's only 7 notes. We ran out of them a long time ago. And on a house bass line where there's not even 7 notes, it's pretty hard to prove that, it's pretty hard not to accidentally land on someone else's bass line. So anyway, that was my defense. That was what I was accused of. So what I'm saying is I saw the way major labels behaved in a legal suit. And it's just money. It's just money, money, money. Of course it's money. So, and of course they don't want the legal precedent of them being in the wrong. So they will just outprice you until you settle, because a settlement is not an agreement of wrongdoing on either side of the party. Settlement is basically neutral. It means it was unresolved. So, what I'm saying is I'm very scared of major labels weaponizing AI to milk the last of the money out of the industry, because, the major label industry will eat itself. I've been saying this since 2010, 2011. The way the major labels treat music is still they're still trying to make money before, as if the internet never happened, as if Steve Jobs never tried to sell digital music. They're still trying to behave like it's the old record industry. And they're desperate for money. This is why they copyright strike things, because they don't care whether it helps the music spread. If I play a great piece of music on my stream that no one's heard before, that then goes and it turns out to be a song that they playlist, they don't care if that music will spread. They'd rather copyright strike my channel, because they need every last penny. That they think that's their right to earn my money for their music, and they'll block every other record label. Like, what happens is something called the copyright deadlock. If I play 3 songs tonight by 3 different record labels that I'm confident are not owned by, we have to get one from Sony, one from Universal, one from Warner's, right? They're the only 3 left. Every label is a subsidiary of one of those 3. So if I played 3 songs which were owned by each of those 3, none of them would be able to get any money, because they would all try and stop each other from earning the revenue from the stream. I don't get money either. It just gets frozen in limbo. So I've just got this doomsday scenario in my head where they're so desperate for money off what they deem their own property. Copyright is music as property, right? So I'm thinking they might weaponize AI to sample flag such petty things as hi-hats and kicks because each recording is bespoke. Don't get me wrong. If you sample a hi-hat and then put it in your own track, if it's only once removed, you haven't changed the voltage signature of that sample significantly enough, even with a bit of EQ. It will have a digital watermark which they can trace. Now, if it's sampled by 10 other people and you get the 10th one, they're not going to link you to the one 10 songs ago. They're going to link you to the last song prior. And a digital fingerprint is a digital fingerprint. There's no arguing that. So until we go all the way back to the actual 909, the first recorded sample of a 909 and who made it and whether the sample pack was legal and all that kind of stuff, that's when they might have to stop. But they won't care about the nuances of that argument until they run out of money arguing it. You know what I mean? So I'm just scared. I have to advise, as a professional, I have to advise how the legal system currently works. Doesn't matter what you sample, what you take, If it's someone else's recording, it's copyright infringement. Doesn't matter how long it is, whether it's a drum, whether it's a chord, whether it's what instrument it is. That's all I have to advise you. That's the legal current state of affairs. So, and I'm scared of what major labels are capable of. So, anyway, rant over. Sorry, but yeah, if you deem me oversensitive on copyright, that's why. Yes, many people get away with it every day, but you know what's in the record label contracts. They can sue you for using a 909 kick, Gary. They can. Not from your own 909, but from another record. If you get it from a sample pack that legitimately acquired it, and that sample pack's terms and conditions allow you to use it in commercial recording, which most do, then you're fine. But if you sample a 909 off another record, there will be something slightly different about it, which is traceable. Especially if it comes from a vinyl or tape era. Because no 909 on that record will be the same. So it's not just a case of what the instrument is, it's where the recording came from. Anyway, yeah, I don't know if they will weaponize AI. It's possibly too much of a farce to chase. You know, that, like you say, are they really going to pursue every 909 sample? I mean, that's the thing. If the labor is so cheap, that's why I'm saying AI, because an AI can scan every record in history in a matter of seconds and match samples up for you, much like YouTube's automatic ID system does. When that becomes sophisticated enough to have a high enough hit rate, it will be usable in court. And if it's cheap enough for them to run on the cloud or other supercomputer, and they don't have to pay anyone to do any manual matching, that's the kind of thing I can see a major label doing, because it's free money. Just like they use the copyright system illegally on YouTube. They'd rather milk all the extra pennies that way. Yes, if you alter the sound, it's possible, but it's not a guarantee, because that's a grey area. There are 4 pillars of copyright that have to be passed when it comes down to the court. So one of them is substantial similarity. Does it sound similar? That's not a technical test. What you're talking about there is called transformative use. But there's no set in stone legal pillars of how much transformation is enough transformation. There's I think the term in UK law is minimal creative effort, I think. It's along those lines. Again, not legal advice. Don't at me. Don't take this to court. Something like minimal creative effort. So you have to prove that enough change happened. Versus the original. And then there's things like, does it replace the original? Like, can someone just use yours instead of theirs and therefore put the other person out of business? So, that stops you selling on the sample. Because you can't just sell 909 samples, etc., etc. Well, license from Roland. Don't get me started. Separate issue. It's a tough one. What I'm trying to say is it's not clear cut, so it's a grey area, and that has to be decided on a case by case basis. So just saying I EQ'd it, or I pitched it, or I time stretched it, is not a guarantee of minimal creative effort. You might be fine, you might not be fine. And like I say, Do you want to spend 4 months finding out if it's fine and be 10 grand short? Many would say, I'll take my risk, and that's fine. But I'm just telling you, you can't, don't shoot the messenger. Yes, that's where we're currently at. Copyright law is very old. You know, publishing copyright law, the one I was dealing with, is hundreds of years old, because that had to come into play before people could record sound. And then recording copyright law obviously goes back as soon as we're starting to be able to record, which is late 1800s, early 1900s. Can't remember where they started classing the recordings as copyrightable, but a long time. And we didn't get the Millennium Copyright Act until 2000. But is there a difference between a real release and a bootleg on YouTube? Great question. Yes. You'll know whether it's a real release or not because it will get either a Topic or a Vivo channel. That's when it's gone via official means and been cleared with all parties involved. Well, either that or a major record label has been fooled into releasing a sample they didn't know was a sample. That's a separate issue. By the way, if you try and get away with it with a major record label, it's not the label that will stop you. Because if they don't recognize it, they're still scot-free. Because obviously it's about money. So if your track gets noticed enough to be under enough ears that someone recognizes you've sampled them, the major label in the contract, your contract will have a clause saying, if you have messed up and sampled someone and not told them, their clause says that's on you. They're indemnified. So they're fine. They don't have to pay any of the fines. That comes out of your advance. And I'm not kidding. Your advance with a major label might have been £100, $100. That's how small the advances are today. So that doesn't cover your 10 grand legal fees. The label gets away scot-free regardless because you signed a contract saying you were responsible for declaring any samples. So nothing is on the label. They get away with it. As for what's the difference between a bootleg and a release? Well, the bootleg is usually unofficial. That's the term for the unofficial mashup, right? Someone else's thing put with someone else's thing, or someone else's thing put with your thing. Your thing. So what you'll find is if you put a bootleg up on YouTube, like this has happened on my SoundCloud. Some of my very first releases were bootlegs of Tove Lo, Imogen Heap, the Tropical House bootlegs I did. Technically remixes, but they're bootlegs because they're unofficial. Sometimes the label will flag them and say, fine, we're going to let it stay up, but we take all the revenue, fine. And then sometimes they say, cease and desist, get rid of it. And they'll get it taken down. But yeah, bootlegs, I mean, if you don't mind risking losing your YouTube channel, like if you can put it up on a burner channel, and try it, you can try a bootleg and see whether you can get away with it. That's how what was the big Tropical House producer that got the Coldplay remix called? I'm not going to see it. Damn. I can't remember who it was. Was it Matoma? Similar time, if it wasn't Matoma, Anyway, someone got very famous from remixing a Coldplay song, which was a bootleg, unofficial, and they made it official because it went viral. So, you know, it's nice when that happens. But Kygo, thank you, Gary, thank you, Kygo. Yeah. So Gary was, not Gary, Kygo was bootlegging until he got famous. And then they turned the bootleg into an official remix. So I presume they signed an agreement and split some revenue, or maybe took everything. You never know. But you just never know which label will behave which way, because some are absolutely fine with it. Some get it. Some just let it spread. It's all beneficial to them, right? Whereas some will not only cease and desist, they will block, they will sue. They will get it taken down like with prejudice. So in terms of YouTube, you could get your channel an actual strike on your channel. You only get 3 strikes and then your channel's deleted forever. So I know on the rock side, I know Guns N' Roses and the Eagles and Steely Dan. None of those bands respect anyone using their material at all. It's an instant strike and block. I can't remember what record label they're part of, but their label does not take anything. But whereas other famous rock bands labels, they're fine with it. So it's just it helps when you've been part of the industry for a while. You can be strategic with who you bootleg, and you'll know you'll probably be fine. But there's no, again, it's not a simple answer of yes, this is legal, this isn't legal. Again, if you're using someone else's recording, bootlegging a vocal, a cappella, for example, still copyright infringement. You either get permission, pay a license, find a license. Is it Geffen that does the blocks? Geffen used to be so progressive as well. Anyway. Yes. If you're lucky, they'll just say, cool, can you give us another official remix for free, and we'll split the revenue. And sometimes they'll say, you've used an illegal sample. Get effed. You just don't know which one it's going to be. And the thing is, labels in different territories act differently as well. So I got blocked by Ultra in a Europe. I can't remember, one of the Ultra branches, not the main Ultra in America, Ultra Music in might be the Netherlands branch or something. Anyway, I can't remember which way around it was, but you know, typically Ultra have been fine with me, but one particular track got blocked by like one branch of Ultra, because they operate in different territories with different attitudes and different laws. So anyway, yeah, I've heard of Salute. Yeah, I think I've been asked to cover Salute. Is that the I did make some notes. Hang on. Was he garage artist? Oh no. I've got his boiler room set here. Oh no, he does play some garage. Yes, sorry, yeah. What would you class Salute as? Geffen is owned by Universal. Yes, they are. Don't get me started on Universal Music. You know, it's because of Universal Music that I think one of the first viral tunes I ever had, the one with the Jamie McCool a cappella on top. Stepping on Stars, I think the name of the track was. Again, one of my early tropical house tracks. We went, not viral. I think it got up to 3 million plays on Lithuania HQ. Massive YouTube channel. Massive channel. They weren't so big back then, but they were definitely, we'd spotted they were definitely up and coming, like, Suicide Sheep and some of the other really big forerunners on the YouTube playlist front. So Lithuania HQ was a privilege to be on. And Jamie, the vocalist, did a deal with Universal for that track. And Universal went around and copyright striked everyone that had previously shared the music because they now owned it. Completely ignoring the fact that the whole reason they were phoning, they'd agreed to the deal was gone viral already. So that just kind of, they are slightly better these days, but that's still the attitude that major labels carry. It's like mine, nobody else. They don't understand how culture works, how music spreads. It's more of a, I understand they're a business, but they really don't understand that's harmful to them. If someone's making revenue that they can't siphon off, they'd rather stop it spreading and then have no revenue than other people taking their revenue. It's like a childish brat on the school playground. Hello, Dejajo. DJ Arjo? I saw the second J and no, DJ Arjo. Let's call you DJ Arjo. Sorry, if it is pronounced like a, I don't know, if you might be Spanish and that might sound completely different in your language. Anyway, help me out with the spelling of that. Yes, I am still live. Is this the longest stream ever? No, I don't think it is. I think the Tech House Live was 5 hours. Not that we're making any music right now, or have been all stream. We've done some stuff on bass lines, on layering. What else have we talked about? Lots of copyright stuff. Yes. Yeah, if you're going to cover a track, like bootleg it officially, Nathan's correct. The law changed around not that long ago, but now you need a mechanical license, is how they term it. You need the mechanical license from the copyright holder. Correct, Nathan. Yes, thank you. That's just to be able to cover a track. Covers used to be kind of free game on YouTube. But actually, to wrap up, for anyone confused by copyright, it can be summed up very simply if you're ever confused. Let me give you the 101. I will do a video on this, but for those of you here right now, just know that copyright doesn't mean one thing. In music, there's more, but there's two main copyrights you're going to deal with. And if you think about how music came about in the first place, it makes a lot more sense. So if you think about Beethoven and his Fifth Symphony, I don't know what the notes are, I can't remember. It's a minor third. I'm not sure if Beethoven wanted to copyright his music, by the way. Again, attitudes back then were very different. But, for example, if Beethoven wanted to copyright his Fifth Symphony, then recording hasn't been invented yet. So you copyright the notes, right? F, 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 D, E, E, C sharp, right? You copyright the notes as they're written on the manuscript. The composition. In our case, it would be the order of the MIDI notes, right? would be the equivalent. So Beethoven has to. That's why that's publishing, because that's paper in a book. If you think about it, that's what your publishing is. That's your composition. So that's publishing copyright. That's the song as it would be written down. Even if it's not written down, you still have copyright over your composition. Everything you write is copyrighted. So, and then when they had the ability to record orchestras playing the Fifth Symphony, it might not be Beethoven's orchestra or Beethoven conducting. It might be, I actually don't know if Beethoven did conduct. Was he just a composer? Anyway, it might be another conductor in a different orchestra playing Beethoven's Fifth. So it's going to be slightly different tempo, different loudnesses in places. Depends on the conductor. Anyway, so that's a cover song. So what do you do about copywriting your recording of someone else's song? That's why recording copyright is different to compositional copyright, to publishing, to writing. So there's all these interchangeable terms like writing, composition, publishing. That all means the composition. That's all the writing side of the song as it would be written down. That's all publishing, writing, composition. And then you've got recording copyright, which some territories call mechanical copyright, but that gets messy. So you just to save any confusion, that's recording copyright. So what's recorded, the specific voltages that go to tape or go to hard drive, that recording is its own bespoke thing. Even if it's of someone else's composition, the recording copyright is separate. So those are your two copyrights that you have to be aware of. Recording and composition. Bthelick says you could sample something when it's been in the public domain after 100 years. No, not true. Recording copyright is 75 years. Again, depends on the territory, actually. Depends on where you're from, Bthelick. You might be right. Sorry to try and correct you there. UK and US, it's 75 years is the recording copyright. For compositional copyright, it's 75 years after the writer's death. Only then does it go to public domain. So, very long time. If someone lives till they're 75, it's 150 years. If they composed a song when they were age 0, all right, let's say they composed something when they were 20 and they died at the age of 95. In total, it's 150 years before that song goes into the public domain, is available to be used without permission. Correct, Donnie. Yes, you need both. You need both the compositional and the recording license, sometimes called the master. Yes, you called it the master there, the master recording. This is another reason record labels shouldn't exist. The advance on your contract in your record label used to be to pay for. They used to pay the studio that you were going to because people couldn't afford studios at home. The song you were going to make, that was to pay for the studio time. So traditionally, the people who paid to have that song recorded owned the recording. And you still find this today with, depending on if a studio records a vocalist, the studio might own that vocalist recording. But that's why the studio advances were tens to hundreds of thousands of pounds, because studios were expensive. And damn right, the record label had to own that recording because they paid for it. But now, they'll give you £100 and say, we own your recording forever. When you made the recording, it's your recording. You mixed it down. They didn't pay someone, unless they paid someone to mix it, in which case they might pay that studio for the recording rights. But anyway, one of many, 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 many reasons major label recording contracts should not exist as they do right now. They don't have a purpose. Yes, Steamboat Willie has just come out of copyright, but that was 95 years because it's complicated. Disney managed to extend it when copyright law was different. They managed to extend it twice. Basically, Disney is the reason we have a lot of the law today around copyright, because they were desperate to keep hold of Mickey Mouse. That's kind of where our copyright laws come from. So, in the States, it's 70 years, is it? I think it's 75 in the UK, 70 in the US. Right, okay. So Nathan says it's 70. Life of the author plus 70. So that's the... Yeah. I'm not sure where you got 100 years from, Dalek. Yes, Dalek just mentioned Steamboat Willie got extended by another 20 years. Correct. Mr. Fred says, going back to music theory, what is your view on mixed-in key Captain plugins? Captain? Let me just remind myself which ones these are. Oh, these things. Right, okay. Yeah, like scalar and things like that. You can drag chords in. Just looking at the websites, reminding myself what they're capable of. You got Captain Chords, Captain Melody. Oh, right, okay. Captain Deep, Captain Beat. Captain Play. Okay, so it's Captain Chords, Melody, and Deep that we're concerned with in music theory. Captain Chords is the one I know I've seen most around. Let's see, dragging chord progressions. Yep.
We're excited to share a new update to Captain Plugin's Epic. We've added fresh features and refined the existing ones to enhance your music production experience. Let's explore what's new in Captain.
I can't fast forward this video. How annoying. Well, here's an idea. What's the price? The whole bundle for $99. Oh, you can't argue with that. Yeah, those look cool. Those look cool. $96,000 possible chord progressions. That should be enough. 120 pianistic styles. You don't hear that term often, do you? Pianistic. 27. So they've done it by genre wise. And it's got built-in instruments. All right, okay. Yeah, why not? I should do a review of that, shouldn't I? Thanks, Binary Solo. Oh, God, it is 10:30. 4.5 hours. Right, yes. Well, my throat started going about an hour ago. I'm chugging the water right now. So, yeah, Captain plugins look cool. I should really make it my business to know how they operate, to be honest. It's one of those things. Obviously, I don't have the problem, so I don't seek out the solutions. Nobody I work with has used them, so well, they've got me. So yeah, it's one of those things I don't know enough to, but yeah, in principle that kind of thing is really helpful for people. Yeah, I'm up for anything that makes life easier. I'm not a proponent of having to learn your scales. That's why I teach everything in A minor. I don't care about learning scales. Learning an instrument, even I say it's a positive thing to do, but I'm not saying I never tried to tell anyone it's necessary, or it's never a gatekeep to making music. Whatever tools make making music easier. If you can get the emotions you need out of a plugin like Captain Chords, in a faster, more reliable way, I'd say that's a bonus. Yeah, it looks cheap. If it was 300 quid, $300, I'd be a bit more like, but yeah, I shall actually, yeah, I'll speak to my manager. I'll grab, I want to do a review on that. I want to see how fast it really is. Maybe we could do a race. I could race Captain Chords to a chord progression. It's not really fair because I can hear ahead of time, I suppose. But no, it'd be nice to see how useful that is in practice. It looks cool though, yeah. Just being able to drag progressions in and listen with the built-in sounds. If it was just like a MIDI, one thing I don't like is MIDI chord packs because there's inherently very limited usually. So I don't usually advise MIDI chord packs, but that looks like a MIDI chord pack combined with a VST, combined with a scaler. It looks cool. Yeah. Yeah. It looks like a practically useful thing. I will look into it. Someone did mention Captain Chords before, yeah. And, I mean, not this stream, before now. Because I'm really supposed to have done a review of Scaler by now and plugins like that. I just never find myself far enough into a DJ's shoes to know what to say about them because I'm always too biased musically. It's a very hard thing to review from my perspective. But Steve says Captain Chords is okay. Still need to know music theory. Right? Yeah. I mean, this is my beef with. What was the other? Someone made an instrument recently, which is a bunch of light up keys, and it was like a controller. It was a Kickstarter project thing, and I mean, there's lots of them, but let me have a quick Google. There's a Kickstarter for this instrument that was proposing you could make music without knowing any music theory, and then when I clicked on like the advert. They were just using a bunch of theory terms like major, minor, 16th. And it really annoys me. It's like, if you're going to go the whole hog, if you're going to reinvent how to teach music, then just why do you have to use the language? Because it's the language that's the barrier for most people. It's all these Greek, Italian terms like polyphony and legato, Greek, Italian, German. It's all these it's the language that's the barrier and the way it's written down traditionally. Like, so it wasn't the Rolly. No, it wasn't the Rolly. I'll know it when I see it. Oh, that thing. Theory board. It's called the theory board. It's essentially a bunch of lit up buttons, like a long mechanical keyboard. I mean, the problem is they've called it theory board, and then they said you don't need to know music theory to operate it. But then they used all of the same language as classical music theory, which is, yeah, something I hate, really. If you're going to reinvent the language, do it properly. Or else just teach, like, the relevant bits of music theory. Like, I will teach with as little classical language as possible. And then sometimes I will drop in the traditional terms. Like when we did the scale last week, I mentioned tone and semitone. And I only do that because I know people who are trying to learn will have heard those terms in other tutorials. So anyway, yeah, quite a bee in my bonnet about people making things that say you don't need music theory and then using all the language of music theory. Yes, it helps because you can then communicate with other people. But yeah, like I'd rather, you know, if you had a new set of scales that you don't call them Aeolian, Locrian, Phrygian, Just get rid of that. Call it something like evil, happy, hope, hopeful, melancholy. Something relatable to like a possible emotion. Instead of using the term. You don't have to know the terms. If you're going to communicate with other traditionally taught musicians, then yes, it helps to have the same language. But it's never stopped guitar players talking to piano players. Like, a lot of guitarists just know the shapes. They don't know the names of the notes that they're playing. So, like we talked about earlier, how guitar's a very different kind of thing. So when you learn guitar, you don't really necessarily learn a lot of music theory because it's all just shapes on the board, right? Like learning the push would be. You just learn different shapes that sound good. And only later does a piano player step in and go, you're playing A minor there, not A major. Puts a name to it. The names themselves aren't necessarily necessary. But I suppose we all need a common language, and it's just. Oh, thanks, Satch. You used my recorder. Brilliant. Yeah. Yeah, the only difference between my chorder thing and probably Captain Chords, other than the built-in sounds, is I'm asking you to pick a chord progression. So you need to draw in the first note of note 1, note 6, note 4. Just doesn't matter what it is. You just pick a bunch and it will do the rest of the chords for you. Whereas Captain Chords, I presume, lets you kind of hear progressions in their whole and then react to them emotionally, which is a good thing. You can listen to a progression without having to think about where you want to start or end. Things like that. Just listen to a bunch of random ones and react purely emotionally without knowing really what's going on. That's a great bonus. That lets you act more like a producer than a musician, and that's a good thing. So woo sis asks, what chord is that? I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Is that supposed to be a Michael Jackson like chick 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 chimon? No. Anyway, that's how your name is pronounced from now on. Chick 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 so woos. I gave away a chorder as what video was that in? A great question. Oh, it was just cheat at chords, wasn't it? Is that what I think the thumbnail was cheat at chords. Let me have a quick look. I can link it in the chat, hopefully. There we go. Are you chord confused? Try this. That was the video. Let me copy the link. For chick 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 soos. This is in the description of that video is the chorder, and the video shows how to use it. If you're in Ableton, sorry. It's I try to be DAW independent with most of my teachings. And that's another thing, actually. Let me share a recent revelation with you. So, what's really hard for me is because I've been doing this so long, so many things are second nature. And like what you saw me do earlier with the bass line, being able to automatically work out the bass by listening to the pitch. I got that down in my early teens, right? And that can't be undone. So I hear everything. I hear every note of every track now, pretty much on first listen. Just goes in that way. I can hear where the chords are going. I can hear movement straight away, chord progressions. You can't undo that. It's both a blessing and a curse. But what I'm trying to say is it's really hard It's really hard to know what other people don't know that you've known for so long, because it's kind of just ingrained. It's like the wallpaper, right? You can't undo some like fundamental things that are part of your DNA now. I'm not sure how hard coded it is in my brain, but anyway, someone asked me in the comments on, I think it was on one of the chords videos. I think it was how to chord a vocal. Someone actually asked, do these chords work in FL Studio? And, you know, if you're a musician, you would giggle at that, because, like, oh yeah, of course, it's just chords. Chords are chords. But then you realize some people just don't know these things. Like, if you don't know, you don't know. You obviously can't ridicule anyone for that. So it's just one of those reminders that you don't necessarily know where people are at. And some people don't know that music is universal across all doors and instruments. Well, in the West, I don't think you can play an A minor chord on a, trying to think of a chorded Middle Eastern instrument. I only know the names of the monophonic instruments in the Middle East, like the Zorna. Anyway, there's probably a chordable instrument in a country that doesn't use 12 notes, where you can't play, you can't apply our music knowledge across to it. But other than that, pretty much everything else in the West and some other countries is applicable across every instrument and every, you know, at some point in history, we all decided A was A, and that it vibrates at 440 hertz. Lots of countries use that standard. So an A anywhere else in the world is the same vibration frequency, therefore the same pitch. Don't get me started on the conspiracies around 432 vibrations per second. But yes, at some point we all kind of decided on a standard, and lots of countries stuck to it for hundreds of years. So it's everything you apply to anything here is applicable across other instruments, other doors, real life or digital. It's applicable. A is A. A minor is A minor most of the time. Or as Dalek says, yes, just bung a bunch of notes together until they sound nice. That's how a lot of us do it. That's how you have to start, right? Press and guess. You have to start by pressing and guessing. You don't have to know these things before you start. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Don't assume a minimum amount of knowledge before you start making music. If you are right at the beginning, just dive in. Just start, because great music has been made with absolute naivety, people not knowing anything, happy accidents. Have fun, just dive in, start. Don't try and get up to a certain level of music knowledge or production before you start. That's nonsense. The only thing the knowledge helps is it helps you repeat something that you did well. Whereas if you naively do something well, if you fluke a hit, it's really hard to repeat that fluke. But it doesn't stop you having the hit in the first place, not knowing anything. Hope that makes sense. Just dive in. Go for it. What do I think of DT990s? Bears. I used to have 770s. I used to sell 990s, but I've not heard, I'll be honest with you, I've not heard a pair of DT990s for probably 15 years. They were fine. They were fine. I fell in love with Sennheiser HD25s. Only because I know they're the go-to for a lot of DJs, but even before I got into dance music, I found just my monitoring environment and my early situation, listening environment-wise, DT770s were too something was wrong in the bottom end. I can't remember what was, but everything, I was on Tannoy monitors and DT770s, and everything I produced seemed to have both a lack of presence and at the same time a lot of like extended mud. Like I had this trend to just go too muddy and not a lot of, like the mids were kind of sunk back. And the first time I heard my mixes on HD25, because they've got that low mid bump and they suck out a lot of they seem to suck out the mids anyway, in the harsh areas, presumably so that DJs can wear them for long amounts of time and have them cranked. You know what DJs are like. They highlighted all the problems tenfold in my mixes. So they were just an easy choice for me, because I knew if I checked on HD25s, it would highlight that mud problem I was having a lot, which always just comes back to a terrible monitoring environment. They're not a solution in themselves, but I use them for pleasure listening as well. I think they just sound great. They have that kind of hi-fi curve. They're not trying to be too honest. Sweet highs, great bass. So I just fell in love with HD25s, and I've had 2 sets of them now for over, decades. Just replace the pads on them and they keep going. So, yeah, for me personally, I know the 770s didn't work, but that was naive years of me becoming an engineer. I had no idea what I would think of them today. They're probably fine. What I didn't do then, and that I preach to everyone now, is just reference. The reason I say it all the time is it's one of the most poignant lessons I ever learned. It was just, don't be ashamed of listening to other stuff a lot. And then when you find out the fact that your ears normalize to their environment after about 20 minutes, you find out you're not referencing anywhere near enough. You need to be referencing every 20 minutes. So, to keep your ears honest. So I think anything remotely like 770s and 990s are not bad headphones. Like, they're not flawed in any significant way. They are not lacking in detail or frequency response in any significant way. I think you can learn on anything if you reference enough. So I think they're fine. If it's your first set you're getting, yeah, hard to say. I mean, it's really, what's hard now with the lack of music shops is having a place available where you can go and try stuff. I used to be able to go to a building that sold lots and try different ones. So that's less and less the case. Although you do have Amazon now. Amazon, as terrible as a corporation as that whole outfit is, at least because the employees there would rather be doing literally any other job, if you want to return something, they'll just send you a label. They don't care what your excuse is, or whether it's defective or whether it's just your opinion. You could tell them, this is wrong for me. I need to send it back. Send them back. So if you are first time buying headphones, maybe Amazon, unfortunately, I would have to recommend. If you can't go to a building to hear different ones, obviously you have to do that with earbuds, because there's no hygienic way really of auditioning those. But by the way, if you want real extended, like ridiculous bass, the Google Pixel Buds are monstrous, by the way. Like, and it's too much. It's like, it's the first pair of headphones I've had to roll off at the bottom on the default EQ curve. But if you need real strong bass, by the way, if that's something you've always struggled to hear, Google Pixel Buds. Although buds in general, not very healthy. Don't wear them for very long amounts of time. My university professor explained the problem with earbuds many years ago. When sound doesn't have anywhere to escape, very bad for your hearing long term. So only for checking extreme bass would that recommendation come. But yeah, try if you like 990s, if you're already on 990s, go for it. I'm a HD25 guy just because that's what I landed with a very long time ago, and they've never let me down since. So, you know, that might, again, that answer might be different if I didn't have a good studio room to monitor in as well. Like, I don't know if I could just use HD25. Maybe. It's impossible to tell at this point because I've got so many ingrained instinctive things about bottom end, especially, that you learn. I could kind of mix blind at this point. that would be an interesting task. Do you think I could make a track deaf, not blind, but deaf, without actually listening to it? I think I could probably do that at this stage, and it would be a reasonable mix. It would probably be very ungroovy, but how would we do groove deaf? Anyway, just thinking out loud. That would be an interesting experiment. Yeah, Sennheiser HD25s I'm on. So, man with lots of L's for names, or lady, I should not presume, says it's good. You'll know it's a good mix on your 770s if the bass is slightly too loud. Right. So I wasn't imagining things. 770s do have a little bit too much too aggressive on the bass. Right. Well, that's how I always heard them. I can't remember how the 990s fared. I remember them being a lot better at the top than the 770s. Yep, I'm still on HD25 Sennheisers. 25 or die. I have 2 sets. The original sets made in Ireland. Actually, not the original sets, which they gave away on the Concorde flights. Mark 1s. I have Mark 1s. I think I have a set of Mark 2s. Hang on, which one have I got on now? All right, I'm wearing the Mark 2s. They're almost interchangeable for me. They do sound different, but they have the same general flavor that I don't tend to have a problem on either. My Mark 1s are... Oh, there we go. Yeah, my Mark 1s are over there. So those have lasted me well over 15 years. I have a thing for buying German equipment once and then using it for the rest of my life. That's kind of the plan. That's how you operate on a budget. You buy something that's built really well and that you never have to replace. So RME for your interface. Can never go wrong with RME. They'll support those drivers till they die, and the gear and the equipment will be long enough lasting, probably until you die. Sennheiser, you can always get the spare parts. I can still buy the pads for these, like, and if the lead for some reason dies, it hasn't yet, but if the lead dies, I can buy another lead. Still get the drivers. Yeah. Ableton's German, right? What else is German that I've got in here? Adam monitors, German. They're in my main studio. They're not here. I've got KRKs at home, which is where I'm currently streaming from. Where are KRKs built? Well, China probably, but where are they from? I've never known. Although it's not about the monitors, I've got lots of sound treatment around them. Even at home, I've got about 20 reel traps hung about. A company called Reel Traps, which make the kind of rock wool membrane traps. Never use foam if you can help it. No, can't find where KRK are from. It's not there. It's not in there about me. Oh, they're now owned by Gibson. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. I thought they were American. Anyway. What reference tracks do I dislike but are popular? Good question, Techno. Well, any engineer will tell you that Maupe's Drugs from Amsterdam doesn't sound great in the club, and he's not a great master, or maybe it's the problem that it's a very bad master that makes it bad in the club. I've never heard the mix, so couldn't tell you whether it was the mastering or the mix that messed that one up. House Every Weekend was always my go-to popular track that sounded terrible to me. I don't know about reference tracks. I'm just listing popular tracks here. Bad sounding. They're not. What would be a bad sounding? It's hard to say because I kind of write them off on first listen and then forget what they are. Yeah. Is there anything I've referenced recently which is popular that's actually not great for referencing against? Ideally, obviously, you would have to listen to stuff in a club, right? I think it's pretty old. Now we have to get into the conversation about what are you referencing for? Sound quality? Tonal? This is an old track, so kind of. And it sounds it, but it's doing some things right. So I would reference it for, certain aspects of it. Balance, overall balance. Maybe just not like sheer amount of level or bottom end, or I'm not sure. There's the. I'm trying to think. Oh, I'll tell you who I don't tend to like the mix downs of. John Summit. And I've heard, last time I heard it in a club, I can't remember what it was. It wasn't the easiest track to mix because it was in C. And he'd gone for the bottom octave, which is always tough because C's very low in down there. But he hadn't made it work for me. But it was a big track. I can't remember which one it was now. Not awful, but not something I would rely on. And I noticed people weren't dancing either. So that kind of cemented my opinion, not just as a snob. But yeah, people weren't moving, so I can't remember which. But yeah, I've noticed that of John Summit stuff. Groove wise, more than anything, I'm not the biggest fan. But the guy's plenty popular, so I'm not. That's not a knock at the guy. That's just something that's the guy that's pretty popular that I've never really thought did the best mixdowns. And I say that with ultimate respect. Like, it's like when comedians talk about respect the kill. You know, everyone thinks you can get a laugh by telling a fart joke. And then a professional comedian will say, go ahead and try it. It ain't that easy, by the way. And, you know, when you see someone up there, doing as well as John Summit is, even if you can't work out why. I respect the kill. You know, he's pumping out some great tracks, and his branding's great, and he's touring, he's earning, he's living the dream. So, anyway, yeah. If I was going to give you an honest answer, it would be John Summit's stuff. I don't reference John Summit's mixes out of some prejudice I once heard in a club. But he doesn't make bad music or bad tracks. But you know, it's not really awful. I don't know anyone that's truly terrible. This is why I was going that rant about tone quality not like really mattering as much as people think. The ballpark is pretty wide. It's narrower for club music because you do have to sort that bottom end out, but it's, you know, if you stay clean down there, it's less complicated than most people think. And on today's gear, very, very hard to make a truly awful sounding track, I think. Some of the demos people have been sending me in the DMs have been absolutely amazing. So, Steve, do you advise mixing in mono as well as stereo? Yes. I would actually, I'm a bit biased here. You're asking a very mono-aggressive guy. I've seen too many lead sounds fall to nothing in a club. So I mostly work in mono. In fact, I mean, this is a different thing, but you'll notice if you ever watch me work, I don't pan a single thing, unless it's maybe like I've got 20 vocals and backing vocals need to be panned across the spectrum. I don't really pan anything, so I'm not aggressively stereo. I'm thinking about club music all the time. So a lot of clubs are mono. I don't know what the percentage is anymore. I'm being told it's less and less with time. Lots of clubs are stereo now, but I'm still of the opinion you need to cover you still need to cover your arse. It needs to work in every club, not just the good ones. Yeah, so I would actually work in mono, and stereo is a bonus for headphone users. That's kind of how I treat it. You know, all these fake stereo sound bars and the way TV sound works and the way phones work and tablets, it's mostly mono anyway. Like, if you've not literally got something 30 degrees to each side of your ear, I don't class it as stereo. It's not wide enough to be true stereo. So you're always going to be dealing with mono phase issues, even if it's not technically a mono playback device, because the speakers are too close together. You know, obviously we're out of the era of separate speakers like we have in the studio. So you can't really judge it on those terms because most people don't have separate speakers. They have a sound bar or a club or, so yes, mono. I would actually work in mono, and then anything that just happens to have reverb on it or be in stereo is a bonus. Just make sure the two mixes don't completely change. So it's always a compromise. If you're going to push for a super wide lead, it will be quieter in mono. So if it's really important to your track, if it's supposed to be the main hook, don't let it die in mono. Either add a mono synth to back it up, which will still make it sound like it's less wide, but you know, if you don't want to touch what you made that's so special, just add a very simple mono lead to the middle. I say leads because leads suffer a lot, but you've got to check, your bottom end is still the problem. People think if you mono bass that it solves the whole stereo phase bass problem, and that's not the case at all. If it had problems in stereo, it will cancel out in mono. So monoing bass doesn't save you anything. So you have to check everything in mono and practically make it in mono to make sure it survives in mono. And then if things get a little bit wider in stereo, fine. That's how I work, because I'm mostly club focused. If you're more on the pop end, you know, not necessarily serious club tracks, serious club. That sounds so snobby. Not serious, you know what I mean? Serious club tracks. Dedicated club music. Like, sorry. More of the crossover style, on the pop side. Lots of vocals, whatever. You kind of got a little bit more leeway there, I think. But yes, I absolutely spend half the time in mono would be my advice. I don't anymore because I work in mono. I don't pan things, and I have an instinctive. I know when stuff's too wide just from first listen. I'll already know because my monitoring setup's good. So, I kind of don't have to press the mono button as much. But 99.9% of the time when I do, it's absolutely almost identical. I practically work in mono, so I'm kind of too far the other way. I've been told by mastering engineers that I need to kind of relax a bit on that, but better safe than sorry is kind of the way I approach that. Yeah, mono, do mono, definitely. 11 o'clock. Oh shoot! It is. It's 6 past 11. Is that how long it takes these messages to come through? I'll answer one last one. Yeah, most of the smaller nights are in mono. Correct, Dalek. Yes. Because you can't afford a club system which does... The more expensive systems have a lot of, phase cancelling. They can kind of throw sound in opposite phase at certain points of the club to make sure it doesn't cross over. And phase cancel itself. They kind of have a bit the way noise cancelling headphones work, but on a club scale. It's very complicated stuff, and it's very expensive. So you find the smaller clubs just tend to fold to mono to save any problems with having walls close together. Or probably low ceilings is another big one. Low ceilings are terrible for phase. But I will answer. Can you learn synthesis by just playing around with your VSC? Absolutely. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Start by... Well, watch my synthesis series. I've done 2 videos on synths, which should give you all the basics. There's 2 things you need to pick up. There we go. So just understanding what an envelope does to sound. So you've got the things that affect the sound, and you've got the thing that make the sound. The things that make the sound are the oscillators, your saw waves, your square waves, etc. First of all, I would get used to what they all sound like. So you've got your basic shapes like a sine wave, the purest sound possible to make. It's a single tone. It has no harmonics. Think Drugs from Amsterdam. Probably a sine, someone asked me, how do you make a sine wave lead? There you go. Maybe add reverb. It's the simplest sound anything could possibly produce. It's a single tone, no harmonics. So you get used to how that sounds. And then probably the next one is like saw and square. The buzzy one. And the hollow one. Game Boy. Sorry, that's really loud. Sorry, everyone. Game Boy versus, what would you call the saw? There's no... Saw is a universal. Anyway, when you get used to the sounds of the waveforms, you can then get used to how manipulating them with the various forms of synthesis changes that sound. So you have to be used to the sound first before you get used to synthesis. For example, the sine wave sounds like this. Pure. That single tone. But when you perform FM synthesis, sorry, wrong way around. It sounds like that, and no other waveform sounds like that. That's not a saw or a square, that's something different now. And that's getting used to what FM synthesis is, because you know what a sine is supposed to sound like. So just playing around with the basic waves, and then what's possible with your various types. You've got FM, you've got RM, ring modulation, frequency modulation, ring modulation. I won't go into them right now, but subtractive is easy. You just take something with a bright harmonic, like a saw. Whoops. And then subtract something from it, like the upper frequencies. Adding a filter to a saw wave, that's subtractive synthesis. Very simple. Or taking volume away over time. Subtractive synthesis. So, yeah, you can learn every synthesis type just by playing with the reason I recommend Vital is it's got them all built in. Subtractive. Nobody really uses additive. That's a very special kind of synthesizer that you can't really do in Vital. I suppose you can. You just literally add waveforms together, but the idea of an additive synth is literally thousands of waveforms. Basically trying to recreate that harmonic structure I talked about earlier tonight. That's what additive synths tend to do. But yeah, it will do pretty much everything else. It's got wavetables. It's got phase distortion. It's got pulse width. It's got frequency modulation. You name it. It's all in there. Just play. Have a play. Take a single waveform and mess with it. Keep the effects out of it. Don't bother with your reverbs and delays and compression and distortions just yet, because that's not necessarily synthesis. That's, you're into ambient sound design, then I suppose that's going to confuse your ears. Just go with the raw sounds. They don't have to sound good. You're not trying to make good sounds. You're just trying to find out what stuff does. Yeah. Just play around with Vital. It's free. If you already got Serum, just play around with Serum. Massive is another good one. Plugins like Sylenth, a little bit too limited. That's just subtractive mostly. But still, any synth will give you the basics. Watch my 2 synth videos to get the basics of oscillators, envelopes, and things like, and what LFOs do. And I go through things like FM and sync in the second video. Yeah, you'll be fine. You can do it all in one synth. All in one free synth. When will I next be streaming? I try to stream on the last Sunday of the month. 6 p.m. GMT, UK time. We've managed one every month for a while now. I don't have any time outside of that. And as you can see, there's no video out this weekend because I either have time to stream or to make a video. So it's one or the other. Yes, I agree fully with Dalek. Producing mono, when you listen the other way around in stereo, it will still sound good. Whereas if you try it the other way around, it won't. Produce everything in stereo and then try mono, you'll find some stuff just collapses and ruins the mix. So best to start the other way around. Certainly just be mindful of it the entire time. Yes, Binary Solo, I should go as well. I've been streaming for 5 hours, yes. My throat is not 100% after that illness. Very scratchy, very sore. So I'm going to save it and bid you farewell. If that's okay, guys. I hope you all got something out of it. Go and make some music. Well, I don't know what time it is where you are, but the night is young. Thank you, so. Thank you, Souch. Thank you, Binary. Thank you, John. Thank you, Abraham. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Natural. Thank you, Dalek. Techem. Thank you all. Have a great night. Yes. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you very much. I'll see you next weekend. Probably Sunday. Because I spend Thursday, Friday, Saturday panicking over the video. No, Jeremy, you just showed up. Are you from across the pond? Sorry about that. It will be up on the VODs anyway. Don't worry about it. It's going to be on the YouTube live for you to watch. It's just been a big question and answer session, this one. Thank you, Rabs. Rightio. We got to pick a tune to go out on. I'll pick one of mine just in case we get a 9th copyright strike. I've lost count of how many we're up to now. Mix downs. I might even copyright myself. It happens. There's just stuff you can't control. Oh, this looks old. Go. Oh, it's only a 45-second mix. No. Extended. There we go. What's that? Piano House. Right. Bye. That was a smooth transition right there.